Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Third Laguna Hills Mutual Board of Directors of California Nonprofit Mutual Benefit Corporation. Today is Tuesday, October 19th, 2021. It is 9:29 in the morning, and we are on air. So the meeting has been called to order, and we have a quorum present. I now ask Treasurer Rain Sotak to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we acknowledge that the media is most likely present at this point in time, and we'll now move to an approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? I see Director Sosak. Can I get a second to that? I see Director Frankel is second. In terms of the agenda, I would like to request two things. One, I would like to remove from the consent calendar the committee recommendations, which is item 11D, and move that to new business as a new business item, because the list that is in the agenda packet is not exactly correct, and I want us to be able to approve a correct list. So I'd like to do that, and I'd also like to add to the agenda under new business, item 13, well, the 13G would be if we do have the resignation of Director Parsons, who's currently the secretary, that we would then elect a new secretary at that point. So we may or may not need G under new business. So those are my two changes to the agenda. Are there any other changes or suggestions? Director Cook?
Yes. We have an item on here, the alterations variance processing fee policy. It was 28 days, we're at the 28th day. I would like to pull that for more discussion.
All right, well, that's an unfinished business. When we get to it, we can discuss, then you can move to table it at that point if you like.
Okay,
Is that
thank you.
okay?
That'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll then assume that the agenda with the corrections is approved by consent unless I hear otherwise. Okay, the agenda has been approved. We now have approval of the minutes. I'll need a motion to approve we're going to take them each individually, the June 2nd, 2021 special open meeting budget and MC review. Can I get a motion to approve? I see Ralph Engdahl's hand, and I see Craig Wayne's hand as a second. Is there any discussion or additions or corrections regarding those minutes? Hearing none, I'll go ahead then and assume that they're approved by consent. June 3rd, 2021, special open meeting, budget and landscape review. Motion to approve, please.
So moved.
Director McCary moves, a second. I see Director Engdahl is a second, thank you. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to those minutes? Hearing none, I'll go ahead then and assume that they are also approved by consent unless I hear otherwise. July 16th, 2021, special open meeting budget. Motion to approve. I see Director Wayne. I see Director Rain Sotak. Director Wayne move. Director Rain Sotak second. Any additions, corrections, or deletions regarding those minutes? Hearing none, I'll consider them approved unless I hear differently. All right, August 13th, 2021, special open meeting on the budget. Motion to approve, please.
So moved.
I see Director McCary move, Director Wayne seconds. Any corrections, additions, deletions regarding those minutes, please? Hearing none, I'll again assume then they're approved by consent unless I hear otherwise. Okay, they're approved. September 10th, 2021, agenda prep meeting. Motion to see Director Engdahl moves, Director Wayne seconds, thank you. Any corrections, additions, deletions? Hearing none, I'll once again assume that they're approved by consent unless I hear otherwise. September 10th, 2021, meet the candidates. Motion to approve. Director McCary moves, Director Rain Sotsak seconds. Thank you. Any corrections, additions, deletions? Hearing none, I'll once again assume by consent that they're approved, unless I hear otherwise. Thank you. And finally, September 21, 2021, regular board meeting. Motion to approve. I see Director Wayne moves, Director Engdahl seconds. Thank you. Are there any corrections, additions, deletions to this final set of minutes for approval? Hearing none, we'll once again assume that they're approved by consent. Report of the chair. First of all, thank you all for coming. I'm very pleased to see that we have so many people interested in what's going on with the Third Mutual. And for those of you who want to speak today, we're going to be more than happy to welcome all of you to speak. And you'll each have your 3 minutes. I do want to raise 2 points with you before we start. I know that there's an email that has been going around from the Good Governance Coalition that identifies 4 specific items that many of you have written about to us, and we've received numerous emails, which we will get to also during member comments. But I wanted to share with you 2 things. Number 1, in that email, it stipulates that a personal secretary for the board president was going to be employed. That is factually incorrect. There never has been any intent to hire a personal secretary for the board president. What was previously discussed and approved by this board during the previous budget process was to hire an additional corporate secretary because of the workload of that corporate secretary that we currently have was overbearing, and also that by hiring a second corporate secretary who would work just for Third, members would have a direct ability to contact that corporate secretary with issues and concerns so we could have things focused in one location. So there was an attempt to improve the relationship between the mutual and the membership, and that was one of the main reasons for hiring. It never was, never will be, if we do continue with that process, it never was, never will be a personal secretary for me as board president or for any other board president. That's one thing I wanted to clear up. The second thing I wanted to clear up is that the claim that VMS is doing the training and it shouldn't be VMS, it should be GRF. That is also factually incorrect. VMS was never going to do the training. The training was requested by the boards, and we asked VMS to organize the training. And that is all VMS was doing. In fact, the training will be done by Jeff Beaumont, who is the attorney, the HOA attorney for United Mutual. He has been assigned to do the training for the full day. So it never was going to be VMS. Once again, factually incorrect information in that email. All right. We'll move on now to the update from the VMS board. We have Director DiLorenzo, if you would, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Third Board, our residents, and our staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update from the VMS Board of Directors. With our constant goal to improve service, and as mentioned at our past meetings, we're updating our KPI indicators. So there is no KPI report this month, but next month we will have a report, and we're working very closely with staff on this. So can we get to the page of this? So our key performance indicators must emphasize process improvements, cost savings, quantifiable corrective actions, and outcomes. And the areas that we decided that we really had to focus on, and I'm sure we'll get agreement, is manor alterations, resales, and damage restoration or moisture intrusion. We're going to identify the problems, agree upon corrective action, document improvements or any missteps. And one thing that we have already started from working on this is in our resale department, we're finding that, the documents come in, and they're stamped in, and then they might not get processed immediately. And then we find that there's something missing. So then it just takes the process much longer, which is quite annoying to the people who are wanting to buy or sell their home. So we actually are working on and now have a temporary position of someone, and this was identified by this process that we started, someone who checks all of the paperwork when it comes in. So it's not going to sit there incomplete. So we're hoping that that corrective measure helps the process. So that's the type of thing we're going to be doing for all of the areas. Another thing that we've done in third, and we've done it for years, and we're going to introduce this for all the boards, is having a rolling forecast of expenditures. We did this quite a number of years ago, and it really helps the boards when they have their finance meeting to know, wait a minute, I'm at the rate this is going, my forecast is showing that I'm going to be over budget, and it allows you to make recovery. Recovery could mean I have to not spend in another area, but it just doesn't let you just progress along without seeing the future. And the department heads are used to doing the rolling forecast for third, so we're going to introduce this for the other boards because it's something they already know how to do. Some of the other things that we've done are operational enhancements, and thanks to the advice of residents, we've had a problem with people turning their water on and it just stays on, and we know how much water costs us. So the irrigation system now includes automatic timers, and we have water shut off at night. I've already gone over the things on the next page, but I'm going to mention, we can go over to the VMS election schedule because we've had different elections in here, and VMS elections are coming up. And the VMS board members are on for a 3-year term, and they are appointed by their respective boards. So Third has 3 representatives, GRF has 3 representatives, and United does. So this, and this is all listed on the schedule. GRF board will appoint someone on December 7th. Third will appoint someone on December 10th, and United on December 14th. And on November 1st, to go back, a notice is given out, and people can apply to be on the VMS board, which is a very exciting thing to do for the community. The next thing I'm going to report on, Robert already touched on, and I do want to clarify as to why I'm reporting on it. VMS is not doing board training. But some of the VMS board, as all of the other board members, have made a collaborative effort to get our training manual, my handbook right here, and Annie was a part of this, updated for all of the new board members. They've also working with Eileen, and we have Jeff Beaumont, who is going to be here, and he is going to give information on the trust and the fiduciary duties and responsibilities of board members, which is really important. And then he's going to, look at how thick these things are. Then he's going to go through, we're trying to condense them, other matters that are very important to board members. And we thought that he has a legal mind, he's a great lawyer, and this is a great way to have the members trained. Then we're going to go over to Jeff Parker, who is going to introduce the department heads. And the department heads, who a lot of you don't know, you will be introduced to them. You'll understand what areas they cover. And those of you who are committee heads, leaders of committees, will be able to understand the best way to communicate. So that is really important. There's like too much going on as who's going to do it. And we really want this to be well organized. The only thing that VMS did is we tried to push that we have this earlier, because by November 15th, when it's going to be, all new and old board members will be seated, and we can have a new training and a retraining for all of the board members. So we just were the pushers behind it, but we're certainly not going to do it. It isn't a role of the board. In addition to the training that day, a list is going to go out to all of the board members of all of the other training that's available, which is really important. whether it's Robert's Rules training, whether it's understanding an operating statement, whether it's understanding a budget. These are all things that the board members have worked on with staff since the end of 2015. I think it was December 23rd, 2015, that we first hired our employees as VMS. So this has been going on since 2016, and every year we want to work on it to make it better. And in addition to that, all of the other training that we're going to have, we also have CAI training available for board members, which CAI is the Community Association Institute. So that is my presentation. All I want to do is remind everyone that our goal always is to improve service and to work closely with the boards to achieve the service for our residents. If you have any needs, please contact VMS, and it's up there, info@lagunawoodsvillage.com, or contact your board representative. Go to the president. When I was president, I used to get a lot of requests. Thank you very much, board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions from the board regarding the presentation? Okay. One of the things I forgot to tell everybody in my opening remarks is that we have set the date and time for the first town hall meeting. The first town hall meeting will be Wednesday, the 27th of October. It will take place in Clubhouse 2, the Sequoia Room, and will be from 3 in the afternoon until 5. It will be an open town hall. All members who want to attend, the room will hold 200. So we picked a room that we thought would accommodate whatever we might need. And you'll be able to come, ask questions, speak. There will be no limit in terms of the 3 minutes that we have here. We'll dialogue with you. I will be present, as will a couple of other board members, and we will do this each month for the membership. So the first one is Wednesday. Is it the 27th of Wednesday? I believe that's the case. The 27th is a Wednesday, and like I said, Clubhouse 2, Sequoia Room, which is the large room that holds 200, and we'll be there for 2 hours, and we hope that you'll come, ask questions, share concerns, etc. That's what we're there for, is to hear and to listen and to work more cooperatively with you as members. All right, on to now the open forum, which I'm sure many of you are here for. At this time, members only can address the board regarding items not on the agenda. While the board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum to 30 minutes, we are not going to do that today. Today, we are going to let everyone who wants to speak for their 3 minutes. We'll take everybody's comments that they want to make, every statement that you want to make, and we will sit here until we hear everybody who wants to speak. We will then turn to the people who are on Zoom who want to also speak, give them an opportunity, and after we hear from them, we will go through all of the different emails. Each email will be read in its entirety, and we'll take whatever amount of time is necessary to go through all of the member comments, however they come in today. So we're ready, Grant, to start with the members who are present here in the audience who would like to speak.
First comment is from Jules Zellon, 3124A.
Good morning.
Morning.
Steve Parsons threw me out of the last meeting, said that I had mentioned a name. But there's no rule prohibiting a name. As Casey Stengel might have said, you could look it up. In fact, I actually did. So anyone who tells you you can't use a name is playing with words, citing irrelevant authority, or just pulling your leg. At that meeting, I urged the board to adopt a member-centric resolution recognizing that members' interests come first. I noted that our governing bodies make illogical decisions. Even highly respected directors like Debbie Dotson has made and said things that I didn't believe make sense. Big, important decisions, like spending hundreds of thousands on unnecessary ballot initiatives that might not provide any benefit, even if they pass. But also little decisions like convicting me of parking my scooter in the wrong direction when the statute specifically allows to be parked in the wrong direction. But even when reminded that the law was on my side, Debbie insisted I was wrong. Here are her exact words. Please stop saying you proved your innocence. You did not provide proof beyond any reasonable doubt. We should pause here to let those words sink in. Contrary to the most basic principles of American law and logic, that a person is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, in our traffic court, we turned everything over, and it makes no sense. It's now my obligation to prove my innocence. Hey, my conviction was unimportant, but the principle is critical. Our governing entities must obey the law, and they must follow logic. Logic demands that this board's primary fiduciary duty is to look out for and to protect its members. But since that's not how you've been operating, at least since I got here, I once again urge the board to adopt a member-centric resolution stating loud and clear that the members' interests are paramount and that such a principle must control the interpretation of every other rule that we use. Then you can finally begin to say that you are caring for and doing the will of and protecting the interests of the people you represent. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Next speaker, Grant.
The next speaker is Leland Isaacs, 5194.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for your well-intentioned volunteer service. The current board president cited decency as a reason for not mentioning names. Therefore, I am honoring that. The most decent thing for the board to do is to consider the hope of 2,186 voters. I am wearing the Kryptonian symbol of hope, and it is that hope that I request you consider seriously. Just one request, since the board president has already addressed two other ones. I request that you terminate the at-will contract of your attorney, as she has cost us plenty at the expense of services for us, paying her over $434,000 to recover just $3,740 was obscene, especially since the plaintiffs were only suing for $1 to prove their point. Without that $454,000, we could have had better turf for $300,000 from landscaping and still have over $134,000 left over for services for us. As you can see from the responses of the audience, we prefer turf over legal cost. So please consider the deafening message from your 2,186 constituents. I appeal to your sense of decency because there are widows who are considering whether they can continue to live here. And some of them are my neighbors. They write me, and it is painful to read what they write. I thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for your good intentions in your volunteer service. Judging from the presence of these folks here, we just want to make sure that your really good intentions do not pave our way to hell. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Catherine Freshley, 5490N.
Good morning, and just a note that, you commented on some of the items that I was going to bring up, but I do have still two questions I really need to understand. Why is Third Mutual hiring or requesting a special executive secretary for the committee? You know, the executive office is a shared service. If you need more help, then it's up to the CEO to make sure that the services are there to provide the services to you. And it should not be something that Third Mutual has to fund themselves if that's the situation, which I believe, at least what I'm hearing, is the case. And secondly, I see you got an item in the agenda, and I can't stay for the whole meeting because I've got a conflict. But why is there a cell phone for the president? I have spent 9 years on the boards, and we never had a situation where the community purchased and paid for a cell phone for the president. With today's communications, ease of communications, you have a cell phone, I have a cell phone, we've got email, we can text message. There is no reason that the community should be paying the services for a personal cell phone for the president. However, you may have a good reason, and that needs to be then fully explained to the community as to why this is so critical. And finally, one additional item was that with the exploding legal costs that have occurred, I was treasurer for Third Mutual for 3 years. Our legal costs were roughly $100,000 a year at the most. And we even had a couple lawsuits during that period against PCM. So we managed to cover those things. And why we are running legal expenses of $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year is asinine. There is no reason for it. You need to find another attorney. There are many attorneys with great HOA experience. However, they're not attorneys who seek to sue every resident because of a conflict or violation. So I appeal to you to take care of that. And I want to thank you for your service and good luck for all of us, because you are here to serve us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Grant.
The next speaker is Karen Shore, 40123G.
Somebody left their mask up here, just thought I'd let you know. Let's see. As you know, my name's Karen Shore, and I ran for the third board. And the primary focus of my running, as you also may know, was to assure that our governing documents and the law are being followed in order to avoid future lawsuits. Also, I'm hoping that these directors, all of you now on the board, will consider all the comments that are made today. Obviously, the agenda brought out a large number of residents. Everyone welcomes the new board members, and if the director who resigns, which was a mystery until moments ago, Steve Parsons, and obviously had an executive position as a secretary, I would just ask you to consider nomination of one of our new board members. Mark Laws has stepped up and very willing to go forward and take a board position, any board position, and I'm sure he'd do a great job. He's very well qualified, willing to serve, and will go a long way to bringing unity by this board for the overwhelming support of new directors, as was shown in the last election as well. Let's see, I wanted to make some other comments I had prepared. And since the bylaws do not require the board immediately appoint a member to fill the vacancy created by Steve Parsons' resignation, the better practice would be to do as you normally do, as historically you've been doing in filling an open position, and that would be to open this up to the community, allow people to apply, and you can consider their interviews and applications, and fill this. We don't need to have this filled immediately in a day. A month is your usual term, and that would go a long way to bringing fairness, I'll just say, to this community. Let's see. As far as the cell phone goes, what that says to me is that doing the work that you're doing, and you foresee that you're doing, probably, I assume it's going to be a lot, in your mind, that it really should be work that's being done by management. I don't see our management too involved in these meetings, and oftentimes management runs these type of meetings. So that may be something to consider as what your role is as president, and try not to bring such a heavy load to yourself. Let's see, VMS election board. Will members have the access to Mr. Beaumont's training? I think that would go a long way to educating our community so that we can maybe prevent some future problems. And as you said before, join the committees, get involved in things, all good suggestions, but I think that allowing that access to the community would be very far-reaching and productive.
Thank you. Grant?
Next comment is Joe Camara, 24041H.
Still here. Thank you. Good morning. And thank you all for your service. Really appreciate. You could be out playing golf or something else right now, I know. So, and even more thankful because we're all part of a very dysfunctional organization. So since I got an opportunity to speak, my first comment is we have one VMS with 5 operational departments. To oversee their performance, we have 5 different governing boards with 34 different subcommittees. That's insanity. That can never work. It's totally inefficient and broken. So we're all part of a terribly broken system. I think one priority should be to streamline our processes. Look at this, the amount of printing and meeting, and you report about your report and tell me your report about your report. Everybody's busy, but there's a big difference between busy and being productive. So that needs to be worked on. Beyond that, you could see, we're also aware we're being bamboozled badly. The last 2 years have been tragic in a lot of ways, but it's obvious the COVID stand down for a year and the cutting of services should only result in a reduction of our HOA. This $93 increase pulled out of somebody's backside is insane. So another recommendation is there should be no increase in HOA, and all this insurance scam needs to be canceled immediately. I have a lot of details on it. We don't need more property insurance. We were self-insured for decades and we got along fine. I have a lot of questions I'd like to be more educated about. Why wasn't Dan Yost, our finance, risk manager, insurance guy, involved in this whole process? They hid him in some closet, and I'd like to know who transferred him to human resources out of finance. There's a thread to follow there because there's some bad stuff going on. Okay, I got 1 minute. What else? The cut in services. Our town clock has 4 hands on it. 3 of them are incorrect. 1 of them's not even there. If you guys didn't know that, you're not doing your job. If you did know it and it hasn't been fixed for 2 years, you're not doing your job. Go look at the town. It's falling apart. There's rebar out there, tripping hazard. People have walking assistance. You talk about risk management and safety. Take care of the infrastructure. All the money we're pumping out the door and throwing in the garbage with this insurance, we could have this town looking so beautiful, and it's not. So in summary, no HOA increase next year. You're not doing your job. Cancel the scam insurance. Find out who pulled that thread and did that stuff in the middle of the night, and they should think about resigning. And then Let's all work together to make this place a better place as it is. Thank you.
Grant?
The next speaker is Carol Moore, 3399A.
Good morning, and I too thank you for serving. I think you can see there's a great deal of animosity, there's a great deal of energy in the room, and there was in the election. I think it starts with our telling people, you're cut, your time is up. Next, that sends a cue, and that tells us, are you interested in hearing what people have to say? Do you really want to have a dialogue? It starts right there. There are 4 issues, and I think you were aware of them. And the vacancy, in the past, we did post it. And yet I heard the former president, I don't see where Steve is, Steve complained because he said this is the way we always did it. What he did for the election was illegal and it was unethical. And he's right, because you never have seen anything different. I understand that because you haven't had training. You thought that you can just appoint right now. We never did that. Many of these people served on the board. We always posted, pardon me, any vacancy so people could apply, but you've never seen that. So when you say, no, that's the way we always did it, we understand you don't know, and we're asking to change the rules that you have followed, and the training, the lack of training, we do feel is critical because we posted things. We also the board never was involved in the election. We formed a committee. The board was arm's length from any involvement in creating any questions. Can you see how improper that is? For that you would create the questions and then ask them and having your own members be involved in that. That's not an ethical behavior. And that's our concern with the training. If you're continuing to break laws and even asking for our names, you have no right to that. Do you realize that? We don't have to tell you where we live. And yet you're passing out cards. These are the kinds of things we're referring to. We're asking your help. You're going to have a town hall. Would you do this? And I believe you're all sincere. I believe you're all quite bright. The lack of the tools that you've had have hindered you. And I'm asking you at the town hall, mention the vacancy, postpone it. You don't have to do it right away. Post it. At the town hall, discuss why you need the secretary, why you need the phone. If you can convince our community that these are really necessary, they're with you. But you haven't convinced us. Please take notice of those things. Do it at the town hall. There's your opportunity. Let people have a dialogue with you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Chris Collins, 3306Q.
Is Chris Collins here?
Good morning, and thank you for your service. And I was in the other room, so excuse my tardiness. Chris Collins, 3306Q. I'm here representing the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village, and I want to just give you a bit of an update. The outstanding features of Laguna Woods Village is its sense of community, and the sense of community is built upon the good neighbor philosophy of the village. Being a good neighbor becomes particularly important during the pandemic when feelings of isolation were reaching out to our neighbors more important than ever. Do you know your neighbor's name? What did you do with them, and when did you chat with them last? In September, we had a special opportunity to celebrate the importance of being a good neighbor. September 28th was National Good Neighbor Day. The original proclamation in 1978 designating September 28th each year as Good Neighbor Day states in part, for most of this, the sense of community is nurtured and expressed in our neighborhoods where we give each other an opportunity to share and feel part of a larger family. Last year, the foundation assisted with our essential partner, which is social services, we distributed $30,000 in grocery cards to ensure no neighbor went hungry during the pandemic. This year, the foundation has provided funds for over 40 emergency response devices to prevent serious injuries caused by falls for needier village residents. The foundation would not have been able to do this without your support of our many neighbors, and we thank you for being good neighbors. Please know how much your ongoing contributions to the foundation are appreciated. These enable us to really demonstrate what it means to be neighbors helping neighbors. So for more information about the foundation, or if you have any questions, please contact us at the foundation at comline.com or 949-268-2246. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mark Uhase, 3512C.
Thank you, everybody, for hearing me. I'm actually wanted to talk to you about a work request that I've sent in on June the 28th of this year that has not been addressed. I've gone back to residential services many times. They've sent emails out. The service request number is 5021594861. I've requested that somebody come out and take a look at my attic space because the previous owner probably had a rat infestation and the insulation is completely soiled with rat feces and urine. I've looked through your CC&Rs and it says that you're responsible for rodent and rat control throughout the Laguna Woods. You're also, I would say, you're responsible for the damage that they make. Nobody has contacted me telling me this is denied, it's my responsibility, or whose responsibility it is, or what action I can take to get this cleaned up and resolved. So I'm asking the board members to pull up this service request number again. Again, the number is 5021594861. And somebody get back to me. Tell me whether this is my responsibility or you're going to take care of it. I've waited since June. I've gotten no response from any of the departments. Nobody has come out. I've emailed several board members, previous and current. One of you has gotten back to me. Thank you very much. And that's why I'm here today, asking for you guys to take a look at this service request. Just get back to me and let me know what's going on. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Thank you. Fair enough. Thank you.
Sue Lesser, 3512.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say, when I moved here 3 years ago, this place was gorgeous. Now, you want to raise the HOAs to a ridiculous amount. And the services, I mean, try to get through to resident services. Hold on, 1 minute, 1 second, we're coming. They never come, and they never do what they're supposed to do. I have this tree in front of the house, which is dropping these berries like crazy. I can't even use my own private driveway. And they're like, yeah, we have a ticket for it, we have a ticket. Means absolutely nothing. It goes on for months and months and months until basically, as a resident, you get disgusted with it. You say, the hell with it, I'll just park in the street. The other day I noticed by gate 9, the gardeners are taking out perfectly good bushes and putting in new bushes. Why? Who cares about that by the gate there? The maintenance, the gardening, everything has gone down in this community, and all they want to do is raise the HOAs. For what? What are you going to do? Why can't you do it now? Why do you have to raise? At least if you're going to raise, accomplish the services that you're supposed to do. I just think it's really unfair. By the time you know it, we're going to be at $800 a month, and we haven't even discussed this insurance issue because it doesn't include the insurance. And it's like, where's it going to end? At $1,000, who's going to move in here anymore? We're going to have all these vacant places, and then you're really going to hear complaints. So please, let's try to resolve these issues. Even when you call any of the services here, it's hold on, hold on, hold on. I get that we're dealing with COVID, But come on, we can't keep using that as an excuse already, you know? I mean, it's just ridiculous. Thank you for listening to me.
Noel Hatch, 5400B.
B. I've been in this community for 24 years. I've served on this board and the Golden Rain Board, was president of this board during those 24 years. So I have seen the community back then. I have been a part of controversies that fill this room on many occasions. So you aren't going through anything that I haven't gone through and some others here have gone through. I have read the material, the email that the president mentioned, and I think it is absolutely essential that we have accurate information upon which we make decisions. And I appreciate the president correcting some of those. But there are some issues in my mind that are key to the continued progress and the success of this community that is now the third-ranked senior citizen community in Orange County, according to the voters, instead of the first that we had over the years been. And that is the cost of doing business here. And I, with all due respect, the attorney's costs. I'm an attorney by profession, and on the city council, we have attorneys that represent us that we rely on all the time. But they don't make decisions for us. They simply advise and counsel as to what we should do. I have faith and trust in you, because I've been one of you at one time. Your wisdom, your independent thought, your ability to govern and not to manage. That's why we have the management group. So we do place our trust. We are facing here an increase in the fees over which we have absolutely no control over, and that's waste management. The city council just approved a contract for a revision of those services that we all have to pay for here, not the city, but we pay for them. And that's going to increase costs. We were able to postpone that for another budget year so it doesn't hit us next year. But look, be wise, recognize that 78% approximately of the people voted for 3 new directors. Don't appoint somebody until you have offered that to the community generally. Good luck to all of you. I'm sure you're being watched, but thank you, President, and thank you, Board.
I'm sorry, Mary Belchazzi, 3240C.
First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to the board for the service you're giving. I know it's very hard to hear all these complaints. They're necessary, but that's probably what you hear a lot of. That said, I have some complaints too. Okay, first of all, I'm very concerned about the amount of money that we're being charged with our HOA fees. And there's 2 issues relative to that. One is the legal fees that we're paying. I understand that our lawyer is taking on cases that are not very winnable and charging whether she wins or loses. I think maybe it's time just to consider a new lawyer. I don't think she's doing an effective job. And Secondly, I want to talk about the additional cost of a personal secretary and a cell phone. We're already scheduled to have a $93 increase in our HOA fees. I don't see how the board can justify adding a $75,000 additional item to our cost. I mean, that comes to about $1 a unit. I don't understand why, when we're suffering with these other costs, why we're not looking to cut things rather than add more costs. So that's another issue. And the third thing I want to mention is that I think it's very important that we have nominations for the open position on the board. I think it was very clear with the last election that the community is very involved and really wants to have a say in what's going on. And I would ask that the board not appoint someone, but actually have nominations so that we can find somebody that is appealing to the rest of the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Susan Smallwood, 3456B.
Good morning, everybody. And I do thank each and every one of you for your volunteer time. I know it takes a lot of time, but I hope, as other people have said, it's time to streamline and make it so that it's not as many hours for you. I was cut off from my discussion on reasonable accommodation last month. And I wanted to finish with that a medical letter was presented. It is now on the website. And that is a confidential letter. It is not to be put out for everybody to see. When you have a discussion in the architectural committee meeting about it, it should not be discussed. You had an advisor who said, well, maybe he should be in a wheelchair. No, he needs to walk as long as he can, not be put into a wheelchair. That advisor should be taken off. That was horrible. I have a 95-year-old neighbor. She stopped me yesterday morning. She said, Susan, can't your group, Good Governance, can't you go to Senator Min and talk to him and tell him what we're suffering here? Many of my friends can no longer afford to live here. We need help. We need help. So I leave that to you to find a way, rather than a personal secretary. Maybe the office of VMS hires a grant writer to help many of the seniors who are having a difficult time living here. Lastly, thank you for correcting our email that went out. That was one of the reasons why so many of us opposed the social media use policy. Had you been able to, you could have gone onto Nextdoor or Facebook and said, no, that is incorrect. This is what has occurred. But no, you ignored many residents who asked that that social media policy not be passed, and you ignored us. And you have a board member who broke that policy in August. He was rude to a resident, and it had to deal with the insurance and the landscaping. Was he admonished? Has that been brought forward? I won't go into what should be done, but I'm sure you will take a look into it. Lastly, okay, I'm out of time. I'll wait for the other sub numbers, but thank you so much for listening. And I just wanted to know, all of you to know who I am, because you do receive emails from us, and I am a part of making a positive change.
The next speaker is Diane Jean, 3080C. Sorry, 3080B.
I think everybody's covered what I want to say. It's the finances. Right now, I can afford to live here, but I know a lot of people who can't anymore. And that's the problem. Maybe we need more people on our mutual that know more about financing rather than just passing what GRF wants. Anyways, thank you.
We will now move to our email comments. One moment.
Grant, do we have any on Zoom? I'd rather do Zoom first.
We do not currently have anybody wishing to speak on Zoom.
Okay, we'll go to the emails.
Good morning, Honored President, Board of Directors, and residents of Laguna Woods Village. The first comment is from Ching Tae Lee, Unit 3158C. Please replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not CMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And finally, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Stanley and Marie Gianzaro at 2196Q. The existence of a board is for the primary purpose of protecting the homeowners and working in their best interest. Therefore, we suggest that, 1, you replace the current attorney who is both misdirecting the board and costing homeowners excessive expenditure of their money for her salary and the constant suing practices she pursues. Number 2, that you have GRF provide the training for the board, which includes understanding harassment issues. Number 3, that you do not fill the new vacancy before posting the vacancy, providing enough time for the other candidates to apply. 4, that you remove the free gifts that you have showered on the board president at homeowner expense. We believe such practice is not only unethical, but unlawful. The next comment is from Beverly Gandel, 3032A. Please request the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Owners' needs must be placed first. The next comment is from Emily Tosh, 5394A. Please replace the current lawyer and allow another qualified person to seek a board position. Thank you. Next comment is from Sue at 5015. Dear sirs, please replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Carol Bennett, 2401. I fully support the points raised by the Laguna Woods Good Governance Coalition, and I have expanded them. Number 1, please fire the current attorney. Is there really a need for a dedicated attorney? 2, request GRF, not VMS, handle board training, including understanding harassment issues and HOA requirements. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates with required HOA experience can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary and purchasing a cell phone for the president of third. And 5, identify the board's level of understanding / knowledge of HOA provisions, trust, regulatory agreement, Davis Sterling, train and replace those lacking knowledge. The next comment comes from Susan Rose, 3120A. It is refreshing to finally have 3 people on the board who are not only competent but honest. There's no way the president should be allowed to have a personal secretary. May I continue?
Please do.
I'll start again on that one since it was interrupted. The comment is from Susan Rose, 3120. It's refreshing to finally have 3 people on the board who are not only competent but honest. There's no way the president should be allowed to have a personal secretary and a cell phone. That is ludicrous. Nor should the board be allowed to appoint a director who received so few votes. It should be up to the membership. As for the lawyer, why has this person been allowed to stay so long is beyond me. I will be at the meeting tomorrow. So if Ms. Rose is here, her comment has been read, so she's been able to make her comment. The next comment is from Al Alvadera, 2117Q. Third directors, I am asking, 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Susan Weiss, 5193. My friend and neighbor Priscilla Carroll wrote the below letter, and I am sending it again since I agree with everything she listed. Number 1, the current attorney needs to be replaced. She has cost the residents of Third a lot of money only to fill her own pocketbook. My only encounter with her was from a TV meeting before the first election regarding the insurance. After turning my TV on, she started to speak, and to the members she said, "You don't need to read anything, just vote yes." How often have I heard, "Do not sign or vote for anything you have read"? Again, she needs to go. If there's a new vacancy on the board, it should be voted on by the residents, not just assigned by the current president, but put into place to put into place whomever he chooses. And last but not least is the personal secretary and cell phone for Mr. Muchnick. If Mr. Muchnick cannot do the job without a private secretary and a cell phone, then he needs to step down. If this passes, it will only be the beginning for people of all the boards to give themselves perks at the expense of owners. Being on a board is a voluntary commitment made by a resident. Laguna Woods is a senior retirement community, not the Ritz. Many residents are already strapped financially and do not need added expense. And I just want to go back and clarify that that comment was actually sent in by resident Susan Weiss, and it is the words of Priscilla Carroll. The next comment is from Dale Moon at 3158 Alta Vista B. I'm a retired widow living on a fixed income. Yes, my Social Security will increase next year. However, with the inflation of everyday life, it will not cover all the additional costs I now have to endure. I do not know anyone in my area who's doing well. I can't continue living in Laguna Woods for paying more and receiving less. Please consider the following. Do not pass on costs for luxury items such as cell phones or personal secretarial services. 2, our current lawyer has not been effective in negotiations for keeping our HOA dues in check. It's time to find a qualified individual who can turn the tide and is cost effective. 3, allow GRF to provide training of David Sterling statutes and is familiar with how and what is needed for our community. Please allow for all vacancies of the board members to be posted and allow the residents a say as to who's qualified to fill the position. 5, this wasteful spending on personal secretaries, cell phones, and an ineffective attorney needs to end. Please change your direction. We need positive changes as soon as possible. Thank you for being willing to be on the board. I just need you to know that things are not okay as is. The next comment is from Parentap Dixit, 2283A. Congratulations for being elected by such a wide margin. We support you in every aspect that you mentioned in your Laguna Woods Good Governance Coalition emails. Are there reasons for the board members to be completely out of control? Vested interest of one or more members? If they change bylaws to nominate their defeated candidate, how do we stop them? Are there any legal means in California? I assume the state of California has certain rules and regulations that may be used to control such a rogue HOA board. Since we live in New Jersey, we are not aware of California laws. Otherwise, in every aspect, we support you against gross mismanagement of the HOA funds and resources. You may reach me at my cell phone at 609-658-3733. The next comment is from Jerry Baruch, 3472 Unit B. We think it's very important that this be read at the third director's meeting. Replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. The bills are too high and we do not see the valuable results. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filing the new board vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. There never has been one before. Why now and why for a big cost? These are important issues that need to be addressed and discussed, not just accepted. We need more transparency and more owner input. The next comment is from Barbara Garnoff, 3032. I come to you today seeking your help because the compliance department seldom enforces against violations. Members complain repeatedly about the same violations over and over, yet compliance takes little action. This small amount of times that they do enforce, they target some residents and not others for the same or worse violations. This is very disconcerting. Please see what you can do. And again, for the record, so we can look into this, it's Barbara Garnoff, 3032N. And we have that resident submitted the same comment twice. The next comment is from Bernadette Rigo, and she is at 3245P. I respectfully request the following be considered critical and urgent. It's imperative that the current attorney who is misdirecting the board be replaced immediately. This attorney appears to have failed in executing her fiduciary responsibilities, as is evident in her disregard for the costs to the HOA which has resulted from her unbridled pursuit of litigating every case. A well-intended legal representative possessing robust and clear understanding of the rules, laws, and bylaws that govern the third mutual would know at the outset the probability of the mutual's ability to win or lose a case, and only then would proceed or not proceed with litigation. To retain the current individual who pretends to offer the mutual honest legal representation is dangerous to the community, particularly as it relates to the mutual's ongoing sustainability. The mutual board must exercise judicious use of precious financial resources contained through the hard work of its dues-paying residents. So tolerating the continuance of the services of an attorney who steers the board and doing just the opposite is utterly shocking. How can this even be permitted? If there exists a personal relationship between any board member and this attorney that influences her ongoing services, rather disservices, it must end and her services terminated in order to stem further monetary losses to the mutual. Point 2, the GRF and not BMS should handle the training for the board, and it's imperative that the training include an understanding of harassment issues. Point 3, please delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Not doing this is what one would expect in a society that prefers an autocratic approach to handling its affairs. Is that what we want for any part of Laguna Woods? Autocracy creeping into its framework. If so, it may be time to let the world that lives outside this village know of the lurking dangers of living inside the village. 4, please reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Permitting this is tantamount to a breach of the board's fiduciary responsibility to exercise prudence insofar as expenditures that involve the hard-earned money of its residents. Further, history of the mutuals indicate that hiring a personal secretary for the board's president and providing a paid-for mobile phone has never been necessary. So why now? This board president or any future board president would need to explain how his or her role as board president is so substantially different from predecessors so as to warrant such luxuries. I would like to add that if I were retired today, I would throw my hat in to run for a seat on the board. I believe that my experience as a federal investigator would serve well in trying to determine why our expenditures appear to have gotten out of control in the last couple of years. However, I'm still employed full-time as a federal investigator and unfortunately cannot afford time now to attend serious matters affecting the lives of so many of its residents who vote for individuals who occupy a place of authority, and expect the elected to use their authority and decision-making with a sense of sacredness. Alas, something appears to be going terribly awry. For starters, I earnestly look forward to the 4 issues above being heeded with a sense of urgency for my sake and for all dues-paying residents. And please feel free to contact me, preferably after 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, if you have any questions. And we have her contact information. The next comment is from...
One moment, Eileen, one moment.
Yes.
Please, people in the audience, we need to have one meeting. If you have something pressing to talk, please leave the room. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. We are not able to hear any of the back noise, so just let us know if we need to repeat ourselves. The next email is from Pia Sue, 3153C. Dear board directors, if you look at our legal expenses, you will notice that too much has been spent in legal fees. As a resident of the Third Mutual, I urgently request public notice to solicit new legal services. Since all directors are volunteers, no one should have any paid secretary or cell phone reimbursement to all serving directors, including the board president. Any new vacancy of the director should have enough thorough input before appointing any candidate. We depend on all of you to monitor for us completely. Therefore, the right candidate is very important for us. Your attention to my requests are much appreciated. The next comment is from John and Virginia Holtman, 5504B. Number 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include harassment issues. Number 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Melanie Orr, 5524B. I belong to Third Mutual and I'm unable to attend the October 19th meeting, but I have some concerns that I would like to be presented to the third directors. 1, please delay filling the new vacancy on the board and post the vacancy so other candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary and purchasing a personal cell phone for the president. Replace the current attorney. And 4, request GRF handle the training for the board, not VMS. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The next comment is from Tracy Goldstein, 23553E. This is unheard of how you can do what you like at the expense of seniors. Firstly, the attorney that you have in place is misdirecting the board. You need to let them go and get someone who's impartial on board. 2, you need to delay filling the new vacancy post until we can get someone we all approve of on the board, but not who you pick, not who you pick that is not a communist regime. There's no need for a personal secretary at a cost of $75,000 a year, as well as a personal cell phone. This is not fair. We voted in who we want to represent us, and you are still calling the shots. The next comment is from Peter Lee at 32442E. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is Diane Triantis, 2384, Unit 1E. I'm very concerned about recent actions of the board representing Third Mutual of Laguna Woods. As an owner, I would like to find out where in the governing documents it allows for directors to hire the services of a secretary paid for by the membership and also have a designated cell phone paid for by the members. Are all board positions not unpaid volunteer positions? I've only lived here and owned since February of this year, and I'm surprised at the self-management model with the services on legal counsel rather than the community being managed by a professional management company specializing in HOAs. Considering that there is likely no training required to be a board member, it seems professional management by an outside company would make more sense. They tend to rein in legal costs, which appear to be exorbitant. I lived and owned a condo in Orange County for 20 years and served on the board there. So I'm questioning the practices I see at Third Mutual, particularly in view of the very high HOA dues we pay. I would like to have the above addressed by the board, and I would also like a review of the following. 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Priscilla Carroll, 5185. The current attorney needs to be replaced. She's cost the residents of Third a lot of money to fill her own pocketbook. My only encounter with her was from a TV meeting before the first election regarding the insurance. Hold on just a moment. I think this is a dude. Priscilla Carroll? No? Okay. After turning my TV on, she started to speak to the members and said, "You don't need to read anything, just vote yes." How often have I heard do not sign or vote for anything you have read? Again, she needs to go. If there's a new vacancy on the board, it should be voted on by the residents, not just assigned by the current president. to put into place whomever he chooses. And last but not least is the personal secretary and cell phone for Mr. Muchnick. If Mr. Muchnick cannot do the job without a private secretary and a cell phone, then he needs to step down. If this passes, it will only be the beginning for people of all boards to give themselves perks at the expense of owners. Being on a board is a voluntary commitment made by a resident. Laguna Woods is a senior retirement community, not the Ritz. Many residents are already strapped financially and do not need the added expense. We'll let the siren pass there for a minute. Next comment is from Anya Sullivan, 3041A. I have serious concerns about the board. I agree 100% with the Good Governance Coalition and their concerns. One, as residents, we are the ones who fill any vacancy on the board, not a vote by board members. A phone and private secretary are not necessary. A total review is necessary. We need to address the current lawyer and her outrageous fees. Yes, I'm aware lawyers are expensive. Previously, I had my own apparel manufacturing company and have worked with lawyers in multiple issues. Please, may we address these concerns so our future course is viable and represents the will of the entire village. Next comment is from Doris Silva. Hello, I'm a third owner at Laguna Woods, seeking the board to support the following with intent and best interest of our community. 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board and increasing unnecessary expenses. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. In addition, use the funds saved in 1 and 4 to hire trained professionals to train. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Albert Briggs, 3226A. Please forward my concerns to the Third Mutual Board of Directors. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not DMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filing the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. I am tired of being financially bled to death. Amen. The next comment is from Leonard Feynman, 5514. To whom it may concern, since the inception of Laguna Woods and its 3 mutuals, there have been well-intentioned individuals elected to board positions to represent the owners. Unfortunately, time after time, we have found that they lack the appropriate skill set, experience, and understanding of what their role is and why it is truly needed in our community. I've been a resident for 23 years, and I have seen firsthand the effects of inefficiency, misappropriation of monies, lack of understanding of our bylaws, and most importantly, the devastation and long-term effects it has caused in our community, especially financially. At this juncture, we must all come together as a community to address how we can best serve the needs of Third Mutual owners. As such, we need to seek legal representation that truly represents the owners of Third Mutual, who understand how each of the mutuals run independently and coexist. More importantly, we need to seek legal representation that truly understands our bylaws, trust laws, and who won't litigate for the sake of litigating to make money. We lose as a community when we depend on those who do not have our best interest at heart. I request that the following topics be brought up and discussed at the board meeting tomorrow. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. In closing, I think it's imperative that we address not just these issues, but also focus on creating a single community with one voice, all mutuals coming together to be one. If we don't make this paradigm shift, our communities will become unaffordable for its current owners and residents and not sustainable for our future resident owners, ultimately bringing down our property values, the caliber and quality of our services and amenities we provide, and sully our resort community's name. The next comment is from Jerry Coleman at 23932G. At this time, when all of our costs are rising, the board should be looking for ways to cut expenses. A cell phone and a new secretary for the president. Let him buy his own damn phone. With his salary, he can afford it. The next is from Carol and Rick Tanner, 5080. We are asking that the third board be asked to, 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. We will be attending the third mutual meeting tomorrow to show our support for improving the protocols and reducing costs where feasible. We hope that you and Jeff might be there too. Next comment, Suzanne Modell, 3314. Dear board members, I urge you not to fill any vacancy by appointment. Many third residents are deeply troubled by the board's lack of oversight and undemocratic decision-making. Filling a vacancy by appointment sends precisely the wrong message. I strongly recommend that the position remain open until it can be filled in a democratic fashion. The next comment is from Gary Fredericks, 5494. I wish to express my opinion regarding issues at the meeting for October 19th. I request that the board, 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And number 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Quan Chen Fu, 3450. Dear directors, please do the following. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post a vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from YC Lee, 3166, to the third mutual board directors. I believe the HOA board members are to serve the community and be responsible for all actions and decisions made while carrying out their duties. We must stop all wasteful spending, including the following. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Amy Haggard, 5021. Dear board, please replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates may apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Shoji and Jean Shai. And again, I'll apologize if I'm mispronouncing anyone's names. They live at 5564A. Number 1, fire current attorney. 2, appoint new board member. Put in for Menor member to vote for vacant position. 3, request for need to hire secretary for president. 4, ask GRF or better company to train our board. The next comment is from Robert Redhead, 3282B. I strongly urge third directors to consider the following. Replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates may apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Everett Vitale at 2315B. I will never cast my votes for any member who votes for a free secretary or cell phone for any officer, including president of the board. I can see where we are still going down the road of thoughtful spending, money. The next comment is from, I'm sorry, that's a duplicate. The next comment is from Fred Seiford, 2244B. Dear board, please replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates may apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Next comment is from Ho Kim, 2257. To whom it may concern, I'm very concerned about the wasteful spending that the board has allowed. In particular, I would like immediate action on the following. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF, not BMS, to handle the training for the board, which must include the understanding of harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post a vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Should you have any questions, please contact me. The next comment is from Judy Nedden Byrne at 3426C. I am in agreement with the following. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates may apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing cell phones for the president. Next comment is from Richard Snyder, 5340B. Perhaps this time my email will reach you. I urge Third Mutual to fire the attorney and take away perks for the president, the secretary, and paid cell. We need to save money and rescind the insurance increase. Board governance has been absent. Next comment is from Carolyn Medlin Rote, and she is located at 2404D. I'm disgusted with the HOA increases for 2022. It's too much. We're on fixed incomes and may be forced to sell our home. All this wasteful spending is not acceptable and it must stop now. We're insisting the following take place. 1, replace the current attorney who's been misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not BMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post a vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Fong Chen, 5540. I request, please, number 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates may apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Garo Charles Kumunjin, 2286. As the owner at 2286 and Via Puerta Laguna Woods, I request Third Laguna Hills Mutual Board of Directors to enact the following. 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Donna Langle, and I do not have a matter number for her. This is a serious problem with Laguna Woods. The third mutual homeowners have been taken advantage for far too long. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF, not VMS, to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Karen Bowman, 3164A. Unfortunately, I'm out of the country and therefore unable to attend the meeting on 10/19. For the record, I firmly and loudly agree with the following. 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training of the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Steve Glogow, 3277. Please replace our attorney. My wife and I bought our manor 1 year ago, and I can't believe the way this village is run. It's horrible. We love Laguna Woods, but we feel as though we have no say in what takes place in our city. It's pathetic. We have no control of how our money is being spent, no control how much is spent on ridiculous, unnecessary expenses. We need an attorney who cares about us, the homeowners. Many of us are living on fixed incomes with retirement accounts that are constantly being drained. Please make necessary changes so we can enjoy our golden years without worrying about running out of money. The next comment is from Nancy Holdsworth, 23552. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. I'm sorry, that was point 1. Number 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Kathleen McMeans, 3084N. As a homeowner in Third Mutual, I urge you to help stop wasteful spending in Third Mutual by doing the following that is recommended by the GGC. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. These are critical matters and are necessary critical recommendations. Thank you. The next comment is from Felipe Alvarez, 2171P. I'm getting priced out of my own home with the high association fees going up every year with less and less service. I can't rent my place because you have an illegal foreclosure process that confiscates my rental income should I fall behind. This is not even closer to foreclosure rules banks have to follow. Please adopt the following demands. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Number 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so candidates can apply. 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Thank you. The next comment is from Roger and Joan Ozinga at 5229. Dear third mutual directors, please, 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Number 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Thank you. The next comment is from Glenn Abelson. And again, I do have a number, 5349. Please, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Carly Gorgano, 5361A. Please make changes for the good of the entire community. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Thank you very much for listening. The next comment is from Deborah Cass at 33651. As a manor owner, I am requesting the board implement the following. 1, replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Sheila Bass. And she is located at 5528C. Hello, I'm against all unnecessary spending by the board. I urge you to replace the current attorney who's misdirecting the board and creating enormous expenses. 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the board president. Sir President, I ask if we could just take about a 10-second break here.
Absolutely. How long a break would you like to take? You ready? All right. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess, give people a chance to stretch their legs, and then we'll continue. Okay?
How many more do we have?
No, thank you. I'd like to get us started again. Okay. No, thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Are we about ready to get started again? Grant, can you check? The pizza's. The pizza's coming. Grant, can you check and see if Eileen is ready? If she feels ready to start again?
Sure.
I mean, if she's not, we can still take a few more minutes. That's not a problem. I just trying to get a sense of where she is.
Eileen, did you say something?
This is Elise. Yes, we're ready to proceed.
All right, everybody, if we could, Ralph and Frank, Ralph and John. And Elise, is that?
I can't hear you.
We may continue reading now.
Elise, are you picking up and doing the reading?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay. Our next comment comes from Diana Terrones, who writes, she is in 3119B. You have to start listening to us. To start with, no president needs a personal secretary. If she can't do the work, resign. We'll get someone who can. As far as a personal cell phone, hell no. Replace the current attorney who is not doing her job well enough to keep us from spending additional money. Let GRF do the board training and not VMS. VMS does not have the experience needed to properly train. Why do we have elections if you are just going to appoint? Post the vacancies and let us choose. There are so many residents here in Laguna Woods Village that are going to have a really tough time paying the increased HOA dues. It's time to let them live out their lives in peace, not worries. The next comment comes from Sue Burke of 5492, who writes, please replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. GRF and not VMS should handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Please delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Please reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment comes from Todd Chapman of 3446A, who writes, please respect our total community and reject hiring a personal secretary and purchasing a phone for the president. Replace the current attorney, revise the filling on a new vacancy and posting for new members can apply. Add current board members must be trained for the board position they are elected for. Thank you. Our next comment is from Stephen Loeb of 3518A. Please forward to the members of the third board. Thank you. My name is Stephen Loeb, and I have been a resident owner for over 10 years. I request the following. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment comes from Ken and Daryl Lynn Cornelison of 3180A. To third board directors, we are asking that you listen to those of us who elected you. There are so many issues that are coming to light since the insurance debacle. Our dues must be used to benefit the members of the HOA. The funds must have transparency and accountability. Please make the following changes. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request that GRF and not VMS handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. and delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Thank you for taking action on these requests. The next comment is from Warren Greenwood of 3327A. Dear third directors, I, as well as many others, am very unhappy about the results of the vote which resulted in the increase in our HOA fee. I am guessing that the second vote, like the first vote, was a result of not meeting quorum. It seems there might have been a way to handle that better. I am in agreement with the following. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Marlise Diamond of 5267, who writes, number 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Number 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Number 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And number 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment comes from Joanne Koo of 3171C. Third directors, please replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Please use GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding of harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Thank you. The next comment is from Charles Sonderman of 3465A, who writes, replace current attorney, GRF should handle board training, new vacancy should be filled by popular vote, do not hire a personal secretary or purchase a cell phone for the president. The next comment comes from Sherry Hammond of 2237A and Irene Selnick of 2117A. Dear board members, as two owners and third, we strongly urge you to replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Thank you. The next comment is from Robin Meter of 3371-1A. To the Board of Third Mutual, I urge you to replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Allow GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the announcement of the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary and purchasing a cell phone for the president. Owners' needs must be placed first. Thank you. The next comment comes from Emily Schwartz of 3169O. I wish to join the chorus of member voices supporting improvements to Third Mutual governance to make it more responsive to members' needs as follows. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understand harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. I am personally horrified that the board would consider hiring a personal secretary for the new president as well as providing a member-paid cell phone for him when we desperately need more staff in Manor Alterations Division to address member needs. The Mutual exists to serve the members, and it should be helping members to improve their manners instead of putting up expensive roadblocks to those improvements. Where in the budget does it authorize these expenditures? As for filling the board vacancy, I think the board should respect the voices of the 2,000 plus members who voted for the new coalition candidates who ran on a platform of change. Although bylaws 6.6.6.2 authorizes the board to appoint a replacement for the director who is resigning, if the board does not appoint a replacement, 6.7 states the procedure for members to vote on the replacement. It would be prudent for the board to allow members to vote on this replacement. Thank you. The next comment comes from Leon and Linda Vitort of 2279P. Hello, please address, replace a current attorney who is misdirecting the board, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which include, Number 3, delay filling the new vacancy so qualified candidates can apply, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as a cell phone for the president. We thank you for your attention to these matters. We appreciate your time and attention. The next comment comes from Dorothy Curran, of 3039P. Number 1, please replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Number 2, please request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include harassment issues. Number 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Number 4, reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Owner's needs must be placed first. Thank you. This next comment comes from Wendy Chen of 32780. Changes need to be made. Hear the voices of owners and make appropriate changes. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment comes from Christopher Leong of 40123C, who writes, Number 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Number 2, request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Number 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Cheryl Lutz of 3033Q. I am asking you to please send an email to the third mutual directors to do the following. Number 1, replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. Our board seems to have its own agenda in wasting our money and putting the needs of the community first. They need to correct number 1 and number 4, which is costing unnecessary expenses out of our money. None of the other governing bodies in Laguna Woods caused the kind of increase we are seeing in our HOA fees. The next comment is from Sharon Gillen of 2271Q. Stop the wasteful spending on the following. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Number 3, delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. And reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment is from Chris Quilter of 2111P, who writes, a divided board is also an opportunity for both factions to take a fresh look at all the fundamentals in running Third Mutual. These recommendations strike me as reasonable. Please discuss reviewing the performance of the current attorney and replacing her if needed. Please delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply, or find a consensus candidate you can all accept. Please don't hire a personal secretary for the president. I'm on the fence about the cell phone since anyone in that position is likely to get a lot of phone calls. I appreciate your collective willingness to serve in what strikes me as a fairly thankless job. Our next comment is from Chong Hao of 5449. These are my recommendations. Replace the current attorney who is misdirecting the board. Request GRF and not VMS to handle the training for the board, which must include understanding harassment issues. Delay filling the new vacancy and post the vacancy so qualified candidates can apply. Reject hiring a personal secretary as well as purchasing a cell phone for the president. The next comment comes from Susan Batchelor of 3340B, who writes, change eligible voters to owner-occupied manors only. Our next comment comes from Sharon Phillips at 5522, Unit C. My name is Sharon Phillips. I am requesting that door hangers be allowed in Laguna Woods Village. The next comment comes from Jeanette Peck at 3412A. During elections, I volunteer to help get out the vote in Laguna Woods. The Laguna Woods Democratic Club distributes door hangers to our voters. The door hangers recommend candidates and propositions and also provide information on where to vote or drop off a ballot and who to contact if no vote by mail ballot is received. I believe that a single door hanger is the safest, most effective method of delivering our information to most residences in our area. In the past, we did distribute campaign literature from each of our candidates, but currently have opted for the single two-sided door hanger. As an elderly resident, I find removing a door hanger from my doorknob much easier than trying to squat and scrape a card or paper off my rough concrete porch. Our other volunteers and residents seem to agree with this opinion. I request that Resolution 3759, Item 1B, be revised to read, material that is distributed door to door may only be left on the surface of the thresholds in front doors or hung from doorknobs. Material may not be placed in United States Postal Service delivery points, nor left on vehicles and carports. This next comment comes from Carol Friedman at 3178. During elections, I volunteer to help get out the vote in Laguna Woods. The Laguna Woods Democratic Club distributes door hangers to our voters. The door hangers recommend candidates and propositions and also provide information on where to vote or drop off a ballot and who to contact if no vote by mail ballot is received. I believe that a single door hanger is the safest, most effective method of delivering our information to most residences in our area. In the past, we did distribute campaign literature from each of our candidates, but currently have opted for the single two-sided door hanger. As an elderly resident, I find removing a door hanger from my doorknob much easier than trying to squat and scrape a card or paper off my rough concrete porch. Our other volunteers and residents seem to agree with this opinion. I request that Resolution 3759, Item 1B, be revised to read, material that is distributed door to door may only be left on the surface of the thresholds of front doors or hung from doorknobs. Material may not be placed in USPS delivery points, nor left on vehicles and carports. This comment comes from Nancy and Marshall Yagan of 3409, who write, we agree with the request to eliminate the door hanger ban, especially as it relates to dispersal of election year material. Sharon Updike from 3479B writes, please change the rule to allow door hangers. Joanne Panich at 3526B writes, during elections, I volunteer to help get out the vote in Laguna Woods. The Laguna Woods Democratic Club distributes door hangers to our voters. The door hangers recommend candidates and propositions, provide information on where and when to vote or drop off a ballot, and also who to contact if no vote by mail ballot is received. I believe that a single door hanger is the safest, most effective method of delivering our information to the most residences in our area. In the past, we did distribute campaign literature from each of our candidates, but currently have opted for the single two-sided door hanger. As an elderly resident with a problematic back, I find removing a door hanger from my doorknob much easier than trying to bend down and scrape a card or paper off my rough concrete porch. Other volunteers and residents seem to agree with this opinion. I request that Resolution 3759, Item 1B, be revised to read, material that is distributed door to door may only be left on the surface of the thresholds of front doors or hung from doorknobs. Material may not be placed in USPS delivery points nor left on vehicles and carports. Thank you very much for your consideration in this matter, and congratulations to our new board members. Bill Reeves at 3487B writes, I am one of the cadre of volunteers who place door hangers on doorknobs, urging residents to vote in elections. Please do what you can to allow the Democratic Club to continue providing voter information in this neighborly way. Sue and David Deering of 3197C write, Dear Directors of Third Mutual, as president of the Laguna Woods Democratic Club, I received a notice from compliance this year that we are not allowed to hang anything on doorknobs in Third. I believe that Resolution 3759, Item 1B, should be changed so that information can be hung on doorknobs and gates. It is so much easier for residents to retrieve information from a doorknob or gate handle than from the ground underneath a doormat. Many residents also don't have doormats, so materials could fly away and become litter. Many Third residents also have gates, which I am hesitant to open. Therefore, I would prefer leaving election materials on the gate or the doorknob. The 3 newly elected directors of Third distributed election materials and put them rolled up on my door. They realized that it is much easier for older residents not to have to bend down. I hope that their presence on the board will result in a change to this resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your service to the residents of Third. Rhoda Harris of 3455A writes, I ask that you please correct present rules to allow election door hangers for an informed electorate without intruding or disturbing. Our next comment is from Mary Walker at 5338, Unit E. During elections, I volunteer to help get out the vote in Laguna Woods. The Laguna Woods Democratic Club distributes door hangers to our voters. The door hangers recommend candidates and propositions and also provide information on where to vote or drop off a ballot and who to contact if no vote by mail ballot is received. I believe that a single door hanger is the safest, most effective method of delivering our information to most residences in our area. I request that Resolution 3759, Item 1B, be revised to read, material that is distributed door to door may only be left on the surface of the thresholds of front doors or hung from doorknobs. Material may not be placed in USPS delivery points nor left on vehicles and carports. Thank you for your time. Our next comment comes from Jay Lacey of 3024D. Dear Board, my name is Jay Lacey. I own a home at 3024D and am the founder of a group called Concern. Concern is village members whose mission is to protect the architectural and landscape integrity of the village. I'm also an HOA manager. Members should only need to escalate matters to the board if we do not get satisfaction at the management level. I'm here today because I cannot get a response from the VMS general manager about how our property is maintained. The concern group is worried about the maintenance and integrity of our buildings. At the September board meeting, I did a member comment asking why termite and rot inspections are not done on a regular basis. Most HOAs have annual inspections to catch termites and rot early before it turns into full-blown tenting jobs or complete wall and balcony replacements. Third spends $3 million a year in mostly unnecessary termite and rot projects. At that meeting, The general manager replied to my member comment, but was vague and failed to state how often regular termite and rot inspections by a licensed termite inspector are performed. He actually said he relies on members to determine if there's termites or rot. Following that meeting, I emailed him for clarification of what he said at the meeting, again asking him how frequently termite and rot inspections are done. I asked him if he thought third members were as qualified to detect termites and rot as termite inspectors licensed by the California Structural Pest Control Board. He did not reply, so I went to the VMS board, which supervises him, and asked their board president to direct him to reply to my questions. Neither the general manager nor VMS board president has responded. Again, I ask, how often does VMS do routine termite and rot inspections? I'm not talking about inspections during escrow or prior to the painting, which unfortunately now only occurs every 15 years. I'm talking about routine inspections that all HOAs do to maintain properties and keep them free from termites and rot. Our buildings are under-maintained. How does this benefit anyone? Is there some kind of incentive to let our buildings get termite and rot infested before VMS calls out Newport Exterminating Company or South Coast Restoration Company? I recommend that members who care about their homes urge third board to direct VMS to do termite and rot inspections annually. These inspections are free. Lastly, no manager or director is above answering a question from a member. Board, I wish I didn't have to escalate this matter to you, but the general manager had over a month to answer my questions and did not. Thank you. And I believe that concludes our email comments for today.
Thank you very much, Elise, for reading, and thank Eileen also for reading all of them. All right, Jeff.
Honorable President,
Yes.
if I could just make a comment, just so that you know. Our normal procedure is that we only accept comments up until a half an hour before the meeting. However, we did, in this case, accept them up until 10:22, just so you know.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeff and Siobhan, would you like to respond to any of the comments before we turn to board members?
I would, if I may, to the president. There were a couple ones that I wanted very early in the presentation by some of the speakers, and then I'll speak to the last one as well. Couple things that I wanted to mention. Karen Shore talked about the training that is coming up that we're part of putting VMS as part of developing for the board training. That training is going to be taped, and it will be available on YouTube after the training occurs. So it will be out there on YouTube. With regards to the corporate secretary, I know that the president had indicated this is a corporate secretary position. This position is responsible for maintaining the operations of the meetings, sitting here, similar to running the computer while the meetings are going, also taking the minutes and recording the operations. That's one of the key elements, coordinating committees and processes for the board. It was requested by the third board to look at adding a additional corporate secretary position to the organization because the amount of workload that was going on with regards to coordinating all of those type of activities. This is not a personal secretary as indicated by the president. This is and when a request is made by a independent body such as Third or United, then it is a request for a specific cost allocation, and then we do the calculation of what that cost would be and pass that back to the board to make a decision on a budgetary process. This is not a shared position. It was not anticipated to be a shared position. So I just wanted to clarify on that. The third thing I wanted to mention was Mr. Camara had mentioned insurance and whether our insurance analyst who was involved, and that's individual Dan Yost. I just want to assure the board here and all the residents that Dan Yost has been an intricate person involved with not only Third's insurance, United's insurance, GRF's insurance and VMS's insurance. And the reason for the movement of Dan Yost over to HR was adding the responsibility of our workers' comp insurance, which is one of the biggest expenses that we have at VMS. So that responsibility, along with liability insurance, are probably two of the biggest areas. Ironically, I know we have a lot of discussion about property tax, but when it comes to the time and effort by Dan Yost as far as insurance analysts, liability and workers' comps are two of the biggest areas, and that's the reason for the shift. Obviously, he would still be engaged with regards to our finance team if necessary. With regards to that, they're just down the hall. The last couple other ones I wanted to mention, Mark, I hope, Mark, I pronounce your name, is Hayes. That was the resident with regards to the attic issue. We've contacted our staff and he is going to be in contact. Manuel Gomez, our director of M&C, is going to contact him directly with regards to the process that occurred relative to that. And then the other one was with regards to tree trimming issue. And we are having Kurt Wyman get back to that individual with regards to the berries and the droppings with regards to, and that was Sue Lasser with regards to that service. I did want to mention part of the CEO's comments too was that you had Councilmember Noel Hatch here, and he mentioned the fact, and we had a meeting yesterday, there is a new contractor coming out for the city of Laguna Woods with regards to trash pickup. That new franchise agreement was approved by the Laguna Woods City Council last Thursday night. That operation will start effective January 1st. So we have 2 months to get all the additional information that's going to be coming out with regards to this. This has to do with legislation that was passed this last year that will create an environment where food waste has to be source separated. It can be source separated in the case of with green waste, but we do our green waste separately already. So it means additional bins are going to have to be located throughout our community. It's a big, heavy lift with regards to that process. It's a very expensive proposition that's being, as Mr. Hatch indicated, that's being pushed down by the state adopting the legislation. And the purpose of it is to take all food waste and reduce that food waste that's going to landfills right now by 75% by 2025. So that's a big part of, wanted to mention, Mr. Hatch brought that up, so I wanted to mention that.
Before you move on from
Sure.
that one point, the gentleman who spoke about it indicated that we were not going to see an increase at the moment, but that's incorrect. Come January 1, Third Mutual is going to see an approximately 36% increase in the cost of trash. That was not budgeted, was not in consideration, because we had obviously the contract was just signed by the city. We had no control over the signing of the contract, but we're responsible, obviously, for waste management will no longer be the waste hauler. It'll now be CR&R, Environmental Services. And because they have a digester, that all the waste products have to go to a digester, the cost the first year is going to go up 36%. And actually, over the span of 5 years, the cost is going to go up approximately 197%. And we have no control over that. So I just shared that with you. We got that information yesterday morning.
And then the final thing I wanted to mention, and if I miss some, Siobhan may have got it, with regards to the last comment, I did respond. We do inspections with regards to termite when we do our prior to paint. We don't do it every 15 years. We're doing buildings every year. So there's a paint program that continues, and we do that as part of the prior to paint. If something is beyond that level of service that the third board would want us to evaluate, we certainly could. But right now we do it as part of the prior to paint program.
Still every 15 years.
It's 15.
Per building. I know what you're saying. Every year.
Discussion at this point.
Just saying.
So anyhow, that was responded there at the preliminary meeting in which that request was made. So I just wanted
and Jeff,
to
if I could interject.
reaffirm that I did make that address
Jeff, and if I could interject, Manuel is going to follow up directly with the reporting party to
Thank
make
you,
the.
Siobhan.
Yes, I have a question. What is the extent of the cost? The trash.
I don't have the, I don't have the total cost increase, as indicated, the percentage increase for third is 33, but
Yeah, I understand.
the problem is that there was two issues with regards to the adoption of the new contract, which is a multi-year contract, is that it is not just a 30%, 30+% increase the first year, it goes up substantially in year 2, 3, 4. And the reason for that, unfortunately, is that in the past, what the city has paid for that service, i.e. you, the residents, have paid for that service, has been under budgeted. And that's because a lot of that contract was signed and put into place prior to these new legislation requirements that were put in. So we were below, the city was below market with its franchise before. That's why Waste Management decided to walk away from that agreement. They had another year left, and they realized that they wouldn't be able to recoup that money and cost in 1 year to implement such a program. So they opted out of their, they had an ability to ask for a continuance, and they opted out of that. So it required the city to go out and put out to bid the replacement process, which would include a time frame where that could be recaptured over a period of time, so that there wouldn't be a, as opposed to a 33 increase, a 215% increase in the first year. So it's being allocated over that 7 to 10 year period.
Any other board members? Okay, I'd like to take a moment to read something to you. For almost the last 2 hours, the board has patiently sat and listened to the more than 77 emails and in-person member comments being read. Almost all of the comments were on the same topic in the same words. Under open meeting protocol, redundant comments are often consolidated, and members can go on record as agreeing with the points presented rather than taking the time of all attendees to hear a long string of repeat commentary. However, the board felt, specifically myself as well, strongly that each person should be heard and the points that they wanted to make needed to be made. The Good Governance Coalition sent an email and tells you what to do, and you do it. You copied the 4 points they want you to say, and without fact-checking, you do exactly what you want, what they want. You take the word that everything that they say and believe, and you believe that it must be true, since, of course, the Good Coalition would never lie to you. The information in the Good Governance Coalition email you received is on many levels incorrect, and I believe intentionally misleading. It is designed to rile you, the membership, and it did just that. Yes, the cost of the attorney that the mutual employs has gone up in the past years, but the Good Governance Coalition completely ignores the fact that the charges for this year are at $240,000, half of what they were last year. And last year's charges were down approximately $200,000 from the year before. Were the fees much higher than we would have liked? Absolutely. To address the costs, though, the board put into procedures in place to reduce the use of the attorney when possible, and they have been very effective. We've actually canceled who can call the attorney. It used to be here in third that anybody in VMS could call the attorney to discuss an issue. We've now put in place gatekeeping procedures that prevent anyone from VMS having carte blanche to call the attorney. All right? Does the good governance tell you this? No, because it doesn't serve their purposes. On the issue of the personal secretary, there's a big difference between a personal secretary and the expertise of a corporate secretary who attends to following good governance procedures as specified by Davis Sterling. I can assure you that the additional secretary is not for the personal use of the president, nor the board members. It never was, it never will be. Simply, as Jeff has stated, the workload for the current shared corporate secretary has grown to a point that relief is necessary, and having additional assistance in this area will allow for greater communication with the membership and provide the membership with a direct contact for their concerns. The issue of training for the board, which has also now been discussed, but I want to repeat it, the request that it be done by GRF instead of VMS demonstrates the lack of understanding the Good Governance Coalition has as it relates to the upcoming training. VMS, as the employee of the boards, all three boards, is organizing the training, not delivering it. The training session, which is just one of numerous training modules for directors, is being organized under the auspices of the VMS Board of Directors. Remember, this board is comprised of members from all boards and exists for the common good of all. The fact is, the training is being delivered by an HOA attorney and not the one working for Third Mutual. The HOA attorney is Jeff Beaumont, the attorney for United Mutual, who has proven to many board members to be exceptionally well qualified. As for the cell phone, this is the only issue that the Good Governance Committee has gotten correct, and that is because it is on the agenda for today's open meeting. We'll get to it a little bit later in the meeting, hopefully. The request is transparent. Simply put, the president of 6,102 manors with over 740 shared employees receives many, many phone calls on a weekly basis. The same way that I am now using a separate email account to respond to you. And by the way, that email account, anybody who wants to reach me, it is thirdmutual@lagunawoodsvillage.com. All right? The same way I want to separate my calls from my personal family calls, the same way I separate my business emails from my personal emails. If you believe this is an unreasonable request, then you just don't understand the volume of calls that need to be taken. On a side note, if you listen later this morning, you will learn that the phone that we're talking about is a hand-me-down from VMS at no cost to Third Mutual. The phone is a model that is 6 years old. We're not buying a new phone. There's no cost to Third Mutual in terms of, the only cost is the monthly service charge. Finally, the board has not written the bylaws so that they can do whatever they want. The bylaws were written years ago, and in fact, none of the board members even lived in the village when the bylaws were last changed. Please read bylaw 6.4.6.2, and you will see that the board is making a decision that is in compliance with the bylaws. To accuse the board of changing the bylaws to suit ourselves is just another misrepresentation of the situation. The Good Governance Coalition has misstated each of the points they wanted you to make. The next time you receive an email from the Good Governance Coalition, I strongly suggest you do your own research to find out the facts. All right, moving on to the agenda. Next item on the agenda is the CEO report and CFO report.
Just real quickly, I reiterate the information will be coming out, obviously, in the next couple months with regards to the waste hauling issue, with regards to the city and how that will work with CR&R and the village. Very, very complicated and intensive process that we'll be working with Chris Macon and his team at the city and CR&R to make sure we get the information out most effectively to let people know how it's going to work and what the impact is going to be. The only other thing I wanted to mention real briefly was I usually give you a little quick update on COVID. I'm pleased to provide some really positive information in the sense that hospitalizations and ICUs have been dropping steadily lately. The hospitalizations are now down to 175 in Orange County. That's down from 242 just 2 weeks ago. And same with regards to ICUs are down to 34, where they were at 62 2 weeks ago. So that's a nice steady drop we're seeing in the hospitalizations, which is real important that people are able to access those services when needed for other services. If somebody happened to go on the website today, they would see 666 cases. Want to make sure that everybody understands that's a weekend total and is not reflective of a daily amount. Those numbers have, again, started to continue to drop. We did see a little bit of uptick in the 2-week period in Laguna Woods, which is the city of Laguna Woods. I'll say that again, we are not separated out. We went from additional 12 cases, so we're up to 537 cases, and unfortunately 55 fatalities since they've been recording the data. And that's all I had, and I'll turn it over to Siobhan. I know she has a couple things.
Thank you, Jeff. Honorable President, members of the board, I just have two very time-sensitive announcements this morning. The first is that the annual room reservation lottery held by the Recreation and Special Events Department is underway. This is the opportunity to secure dates in advance for events that require longer-term planning. To enter the lottery, pick up lottery cards in the Recreation office or email a reservation request to recreation@vmsinc.org. Complete and return lottery cards and requests to the Recreation office by 5 p.m. on Friday, October 29th to secure your room reservations for the coming year. And Thursday is the Great California Shakeout. It's scheduled to begin at 10:21 a.m., again on Thursday, October 21st. This is the annual statewide drill designed to give residents an opportunity to practice preparedness for and safety during a large earthquake. The Disaster Preparedness Task Force and Security Department encourage village residents to participate in the drill and identify where they would drop, cover, and hold in the event of an earthquake, and to inventory their personal emergency supplies and update their emergency contact information with friends and family. The Great California Shakeout website offers earthquake safety tips, and that is found at shakeout.org/California. And that'll conclude my updates this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one thing related to the trash. I want everybody to know that we have our own trash man on the third board. Our trash man is Director Craig Wayne. He is working with the various committees, and he's involved in the issues related to the implementation of the new program.
So do you want to hear trash talk now?
No, we'll hold it for your report later, if that's okay?
That's okay.
Thank you. All right. We'll move now to the consent calendar. We have items listed on the consent calendar recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board by one motion. All right, we've removed one from the consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar? I see Donna Rain Sotak moves. Can I get a second? I see Director Wayne seconds. Thank you. All right. Is there any discussion about the consent calendar? Yes, sir?
With regards to tree removals and so on, I'm seeing two types of trees that are generally problematic due to root problems. And I wanted to know if there's anything that we can do to adjust the current status of the, sorry, let me find it here. Under the current rules that we have with regards to tree removals, the guidelines set forth in Resolution 03-2110 does not seem to include problematic trees that could be replaced with another tree to...
May I interrupt you?
Sure.
We're dealing with a consent calendar of these specific items. The questions you're raising, I think, are specific to the Landscape Committee and your issue related to replacement of a tree, which is, I think, where you're headed at the moment, if I'm correct. That needs to go to the Landscape Committee. Right now, we're dealing with these specific items. In the case of the trees that you're referring to, refers to 11B, the 4 trees that are there, of which it looks like 2 were approved and 2 were denied. So all we're dealing with is what to do with these particular items.
Fine.
Okay. All right. These items that are on the consent calendar, we have a motion on the floor. Hearing any other discussion, we'll go ahead and approve this by consent unless I hear otherwise. All right. All the items are approved by consent. We now move down to unfinished business. And the first item is entertain a motion to adopt a resolution for alteration fee schedule revisions. And Director Cook, you wanted to make a comment related to this?
Yes, in discussing with you about alterations on the future,
For the future agenda, we have the resolution for manor alteration requests modifications, where we're not doing exactly what United's doing, but we want to streamline and make it less cumbersome. And I think that this item, where we're more than quadrupling the cost of an application for a variance, should be tabled until we figure out our streamlining of alterations and variances where we've done the same variance for hundreds of units. Example would be enclosed balconies and patios, that this cost should not be reflective of what those should cost when it's the same thing over and over again. We're not reinventing the wheel on a lot of these variances that are being issued. Therefore, the cost shouldn't increase to $662 for an application from $150 until we streamline and make this process less cumbersome and costly to members. So I'd like to see that tabled
Well, let me ask you,
until after we do the streamlining.
instead of tabling it, would you rather recommend it goes back to committee? Because if you table it, it automatically comes up next month and gets reviewed again next month, so.
Yeah, for it to go back to committee to
Would you
be,
prefer that it goes back to committee so that the committee can look at this in relation to the other policy that you're speaking of?
that's correct. That'd be the most efficient way to do it.
Okay, so then if I hear you correctly, you're moving that we take 12A and send it back to committee for reconsideration.
Along with the new policy that
Well,
we're going to develop.
the new policy is separate, but we're
Right.
just dealing with this item right here.
Yes.
Is that?
That's correct.
Is there a second? Mr. Director Laws seconds that motion. All right. Any discussion on the motion to send 12A, entertain a motion to adopt a resolution for alteration fee schedule revisions back to committee for reconsideration? Any discussion on that? Hearing none, I will then go ahead and assume that this is approved by consent unless I hear otherwise. All right, then the motion is approved. We are sending 12A back to committee for reconsideration.
President Lechnick,
Yes?
we did have a resident comment on this from.
On this particular issue?
From 12A. It was from Susan Smallwood.
Okay, I mean, we've just already sent it back, but if she still would like to make her comment, we'll be happy to entertain her comment.
Thank you. I'm glad that you are pushing it off. I moved here 11 years ago, and a fee to redo my condo was $15. And every year since then, the costs keep going up and up and up on variances and remodels, and people moving in here now facing with a $93 increase. And I think this needs to be looked at, and it needs to stay where it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to item 12B. Entertain a motion to adopt a resolution to revise the pest control for termite policy to allow for unscheduled fumigation of single-unit buildings. This was placed originally on 28-day notification in September, and it's now up for final approval. The motion is before you. Can I get a mover to make the motion? Annie makes the motion. Kush seconds the motion. Is there any discussion about this issue? Just for clarification for members who might not be familiar, this issue relates to the idea that there are individuals in the community who do want to have their units fumigated. They're not scheduled for fumigation, but they choose to want to have their unit fumigated, and we will permit that. These are for single standing units only. They are not for three-story units. They are not for two-story units. They are not for attached units. This only applies to single-standing, freestanding units that they can apply to have their unit fumigated. They have to pay all expenses related to that fumigation, but they're allowed to do that. Kush?
You may want to elaborate. Most of them are in gate 11.
Most of the units are in gate 11. There are a number of them that are in gate 10 as well.
Correct.
But most are gate 11.
99% of them.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Director Laws?
I have more of a procedural question. Approved by consent, what does that mean?
That means that nobody dissents. If you disagree, then you voice your opinion that you disagree. But if I don't hear from you that you disagree, I'm assuming you consent to the motion.
In some cases, I want to abstain. Should I?
Then yes, you need to notify that you're not consenting, you are abstaining or dissenting.
Okay, I was expecting something to come up where I voted by this tool here.
No problem. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Hearing no more discussion on this particular issue, I will once again assume by consent, unless I hear otherwise.
All good.
Oh, good, okay. Then the motion has been approved. On to new business. Entertain a motion to introduce a resolution for the collection and lien enforcement policy. This will go on 28-day notice. Let me share with you the background. The proposed 2022 Third Lien Laguna Hills Mutual Collection and Lien Enforcement Policy outlines the procedures, policies, and practices employed by the mutual in enforcing lien rights or other legal remedies against members who are in default in payment of assessments. The specific policy resolution reads as follows. Let me just get a sip of water if you don't mind. Whereas, in accordance with California Civil Code, Third Laguna Hills Mutual maintains a collection and lien enforcement policy that outlines the procedures, policies, and practices employed by the mutual in enforcing lien rights or other legal remedies for default in payment of assessments. Whereas, legal counsel has reviewed the existing collection and lien enforcement policy and determined that the updated policy complies with civil code requirements and reflects current practices for collection of mutual delinquencies. Now, therefore, be it resolved, today's date, that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the 2022 Third Laguna Hills Mutual Collection and Lien Enforcement Policy as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further, the policy statement is provided pursuant to the requirements of California Civil Code, Section 5310, parentheses A, parentheses 7, and will be distributed to members in November 2021 as part of the annual policy statement. Resolved further, that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. This resolution, like I said, will be placed on 28-day notification to be reviewed and approved at the next meeting. Okay? B, entertain a motion to provide a company cell phone for board president. This is an oral report to start with by CEO Parker, if you would, sir.
Yes, to the president and board members. The request was made to us to look at whether or not we could provide a cell phone for use by the board president. We looked into it. We have some cellular phones that we're always re-upping and stuff like that. So we were able to, without a cost relative to the phone. However, the data line is a full comprehensive data line, which will allow for text, emails, all of that complete data, and that is at $75 per month, so $900 a year for the cost of the line. There is no cost for the phone.
Okay, is there a motion to approve a cell phone for use by the board president? Director McCary moves. Is there a second? Director Wayne seconds. Open for discussion. Is there any discussion? Director Laws, you look like you want to say something.
I have nothing to say other than vote.
Okay.
I'll say
All right,
I'm going to vote no because $900 is a lot of money. So if somebody can tell me. Microphone. Oh, I'm sorry. If someone can identify a way that we're saving $900 elsewhere, then I'm okay with voting yes. But without that, I would vote no.
Okay. Just so you know, the cell phone is something that would be used by me during the course of my presidency and passed on to the next president. It's not something that I would keep, and it's not something that would replace my personal cell phone. I still intend to keep my personal cell phone. I just really want to keep all the calls separate. And since they're voluminous. Director Bada.
I would concur with what Director Laws said, and also with the new programs that are available, the thing is pretty inexpensive, the cost of monthly usage. And if you need help with finding some low-cost, good service, I would be happy to help you.
Well, the service is not mine. The service is provided through VMS. So the question becomes to VMS, why is it $75 per month? I guess that's your question to VMS, right?
Whoever is wishing to discuss it, I would be happy to, because we have a group plan, myself, and it works really well, and it's much cheaper. It works all around the world, and coincidentally.
Jeff, do you have anything
I
you want to say?
certainly could have an offline discussion with
Sure.
Mr. Bada, and understanding that we have over 100 telephones. I don't know if his service plan services over 100 phones. So we have, it's not just a singular phone that I went out and bought service for. This is part of our service plan that we have. So,
I
but we'd be
agree.
glad to have that comment on the side.
I'd be happy to talk to anybody.
Director Laws?
Yeah, so maybe we need to look at the entire phone plan for VMS, if all 100 phones are paying $75 a month.
Okay. Any other discussion? Director Lewis?
I would have to agree with that, since volume group plans generally are less money, depending on the data, but significantly less than the $75 a month. So I would agree with Director Laws on this and Director Vada on this, that perhaps VMS needs to look at changing plans to lowering costs for
Overall? Director Laws?
And just to make no mistake, I think it's a fine idea for you to have a separate phone as president, or any president to have a separate phone to separate, just like, as you mentioned, you have a separate email, and many of us do. It's just the cost that I have trouble with.
Okay. Any other discussion? Director Wayne, you look like you want to push your button.
I did, I pushed my button.
Okay.
My question is there a way for Robert to go out and just do this plan on his own and get it for less money, even though he's using the VMS phone?
Of course it's possible.
I don't know.
I don't know, ask Director Parker. Gia Parker.
We can certainly look at that as an option. I'd have to get with our IT director with regards to how that plan is set up and whether or not that phone could be allocated separately. I'm assuming that's a possibility. So if there is a desire to look at how we can reduce the costs, I think that is a possibility of going that direction. I'll check with our IT director and we'll get back to you. May have an answer for by the time we get to your closed session.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I just have a question.
Yes, please.
In concept, it's very logical for you to have a phone. You can set aside a time, you're going to deal with those things. There's so many things you can do to keep it separate. So in concept, I don't know how you would manage without having a separate cell phone. But is there a way to approve the concept of the separate phone, but stipulate somehow that expenses could be looked at? I don't know how to do that.
That's up to this board.
In other words, does
certainly
the
to
approval
decide.
right now mean $75 a month, or does it mean the possibility of decreasing that? And I don't know that.
Okay, we have a comment from a member on this issue?
Yes, Karen Shore?
Thank you. I just wanted to suggest that these costs we're talking about sound like they might include data. This doesn't sound like phone service to me. It sounds more like data and phone service. Data should not be included, I would think, in this phone service to meet your needs. And also, whether you do it through private or whether you do it through the corporation, consider it maybe as a trial basis. I hate seeing new expenses come in that are going to go on for the rest of our lives, because as soon as that phone dies, you're going to need another phone. You might want to do a 3-month trial, consider it, or even just through your presidency and consider it. The next president might not be interested in something like that.
Okay, so where are we? We have a motion on the floor, but we have a lot of other discussion.
I would recommend that we postpone to get to this when we have more data or more information.
Want to table this till next month? Is that what I'm hearing?
I would
second
That's
that.
what I would think, we should,
Okay.
because we don't have much information.
Can somebody make a motion to table? Donna, you make a motion to table? Is there a second to the table?
I would second that.
Second, it's non-debatable
Yes.
by Robert's rules, so we take a vote on tabling the motion. All those in favor of tabling the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
President Washnick, I can put it up on the screen.
Oh,
so that
go
it's
ahead, put
easier.
it up.
Okay.
Please, just make it simple so we'll have it officially recorded.
Grant, my screen is not showing it.
My screen looks like his screen.
So what do I do?
We just touch it and we know
Okay.
where we are.
No, yes.
So
So we're only voting to table.
this is to table it, right?
Push the, yeah.
Is it showing?
Now you can vote.
Did mine show up?
I don't know if yours showed it. It doesn't tell who it is. It just says how many.
Yes.
I already did.
Okay.
I did it. I'm just.
Hey, we finally did it.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Steve is at home and he needs to vote. So Grant, can you work out an arrangement for a way he can vote?
I'm impressed with how Grant.
Director Parsons, would you please signify how you like to vote?
To table, please.
Is it a yes, no, or abstain?
That's a yes. He said
So
table.
you are voting yes to tabling?
Yes.
Good.
Okay.
It's working, the technology.
All right, Director Rain Shostak?
I did. Mine shows depressed. I mean, I
Right.
pressed it.
All right, so it's moved to
Little
table.
button is in.
So we'll table this till next month with the idea of investigating some other options in terms of a less expensive way to fund this kind of project. Okay? All right, moving on. Discuss training and education for board. There is a staff report that is in your material. This was requested to be put on by Director Lewis. Director Lewis, would you like to make any statement or anything related to this? The staff report, where is it?
From what I've seen so far, what's been presented by VMS today, the only thing I didn't see, and perhaps I missed it, was training for Davis Sterling for all. I saw mention of, as it says here in the staff report, extensive overview of current legislation and guidelines that all directors must follow. Am I to assume that's Davis Sterling?
Yeah, it'll be David Stern, but let me share with you what I have. This may be helpful. This is all board training, November 15th. This is a draft agenda. I want to make sure that everybody understands it's a draft, okay? The Golden Ring Foundation Trust, presented by Jeff Beaumont. That's all about the trust. Then after he does that in the morning, there'll be a break. Then there'll be all-board training presented by Jeff Beaumont, qualities of a good director, the director's role, expectations of a director, code of conduct, fiduciary responsibility, which includes duty of care, duty of loyalty, loyalty of confidentiality, and board member disclosures. Then there'll be discussions by Jeff Beaumont on conflicts of interest, director authority, chain of command, business judgment rule, governing documents, governance ethics, ethical decision-making, the Open Meeting Act, risk management, characteristics of a good board, parliamentary procedure, how effective board works, and then there'll be lunch. That's all the morning, okay? And then in the afternoon will be an introduction and history of VMS, and there'll be a VMS presentation by staff directors to introduce everybody, staff director. That is what I have at the moment is a draft agenda, most of which is Davis Sterling. Is that helpful to you?
Yes.
Director Laws?
Is harassment going to be discussed?
It's not on the list. I don't see it, but Siobhan Foster, please.
We have a separate online harassment prevention training that directors all took before the end of June that we can make available to all new directors.
And they have to take it, right?
Yes.
They have to take it. All right? So that addresses that issue. Is there anything else related to that issue, Director Lewis, that you want to raise or discuss?
No, I realize that there's time constraints in the one day. So the most important points are being covered, and specific things will be taken care of on an as-needed basis through our meetings, and so that's fine. Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you. All right, entertain a motion to update the 2022 Reserve Study findings.
President Munchak,
Yes?
we do have a resident comment on 12C.
On 12C, training?
Sorry, on 13C, rather.
Okay.
As far as potential training programs are concerned, I believe that GRF directors and any other interested directors could be utilized to contribute to the content of that program, even though you sound like you have your content there. And maybe we can get a copy of that posted to the website. Let's see, I agree with your comments earlier today, Mr. Munchnick, that I believe our management company needs to do the tasks that we assign to them, not the GRF management that was discussed copiously today. They can contribute, certainly, but we pay staff to do the work, the legwork, and I agree with you on that. I think they can, manage that just fine with direction from all of you directors. I'd like to also add an option. First, I'll add that I think that harassment policy should be included and then also that needs to be made public as well, so that the residents have access to that. I'd like to see it all together. This is a huge program you're trying to put in just a few days. I see that there will be future modifications of that coming up. And I'd like to also add again an option I suggested a while back that I have never heard back on, and that was to include some kind of an anonymous reporting option of unethical behavior as perceived by the board. And if any one of you board members perceive something that's happening and you don't feel the freedom to be able to, bring that to someone that's not your peers here and you don't feel it's acceptable, I think you need an option to be able to do that. We had an incident earlier this year on one of the other boards that created quite a problem and of unethical behavior that actually happened. And I don't know if the investigation was completed on it. I assume part of it was because I had a private investigator contact me. And so I don't know where it went, and you don't need to tell me, but just that there's an option for somebody to do something like this, to report it, instead of just going to a private member in the community. And I was not asked to do this, but I just felt it incumbent that you needed an option for that. And hopefully it would not be used, but it needs to be in place. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. The updated, Director Bada.
I also want to see that we put some provision for a. Can't hear you. My apology, it turned off by mistake. I also want to see that we add a provision instead of having just one annual training and we bunch it all together, so we have more than once a year, either every 6 months or a quarterly or something, whichever is suitable. So we have a refresher and a new item on the following day.
Well, just so you know, not only will you have this training, but come January, you'll also have an update on all the new laws that are in place and how they impact us directly. So there'll be a second training, at least in January, specifically related to that.
But
I
that
hear
would
what
be
you're
a-
saying in addition, but I just want to share with you that this is not the only training. Plus, there are all the videos that are up online that relate to all other areas that board members can view as well. So there are other things that are available as well.
That's good.
There was another hand over here I saw. Director Laws?
Yeah, I'm going to wait till you finish this topic before you went on to the next.
Oh, okay. All right.
Trying to get in there.
All right, we are now on the next topic, which is the reserve fund, the update. There is a resolution. Let me read you the resolution.
It was before you got here, after
Okay.
training, before the reserve fund. Did we, do you finish 13A? You read it, was there a vote?
13A on what?
Entertain a motion to introduce the resolution for the 2022 collection and lien enforcement policy. You kind of read it, but I don't believe we
Oh,
voted
did we
on
not
it.
vote on it? Did I make a mistake and not vote on it?
We did not vote on it. I wasn't sure if you were wanting to, since it is going on 28-day review.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. That's right. It goes on 28. It does not need a vote. It'll get a vote next month when it actually comes off of the review period.
Got it, thank you for the
No, thank
clarification.
you, and Grant, thank you for my mistake. Yes, Director Lewis.
With regards to that same 13A, is it appropriate now to make questions and comments on it? As back in one of the, on page 3 of 30, under reminder notice, I was wondering why the courtesy of sending out a notice after a member has missed payment, that's been changed from a notice is sent to a member versus a reminder notice may be sent to a member. And yes, I see it's followed up that it's a member's responsibility to pay their assessments. Sometimes, unfortunately, in our world today, not everybody gets their mail. That's just a fact. And a second notice may be a courtesy and avoid problems for everybody concerned. You might end up getting a complete payment, second notice, because they never got the first notice, if they happen to be not on an auto pay or something to that effect. Or they may be out of the country and not gotten their mail. And something went, their bank changed policy, which does happen, and you have to renew these things. So I'm thinking that a change back to what it was, to have the reminder notice is sent to the member versus may be sent to the member would be more appropriate.
Okay, I'm just trying to think, because we already put this on 28-day. And I'm not sure from a legal standpoint whether this is now brings us in compliance or whether this is a legal issue. So I would need to check that first. But let me go ahead and do that and check and find out whether this is specifically a legal requirement that now we're meeting that obligation, because some of the changes that are in here are to meet new legal requirements.
Yes,
So I don't know if this is one of them or not, but if it's not, how does the rest of the board feel in terms of changing that back to a reminder notice is sent to the member versus reminder notice may be sent? Director Laws?
I prefer is sent, just for the same reasons he explained, and just to try to mitigate any potential issues in as much as possible.
Okay. Anybody else?
I would support that.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest. Let me check if legally it can be done. If legally it can be done, we'll go ahead and make the change and put it back to what the wording was previously. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right, now moving on to the updated reserve fund. Let me read the resolution. whereas Civil Code 5570 requires specific reserve funding disclosure statements for common interest developments, and whereas planned assessments or other contributions to replacement reserves must be projected to ensure balances will be sufficient at the end of each year to meet the corporation's obligations for repair and/or replacement of major components during the next 30 years. And now therefore be it resolved, October 19th, 2021, that the board hereby adopts the 30-year alternate reserve funding plan as attached, prepared by Association Reserves for fiscal year 2022, and further resolved that Resolution 03-21-60, adopted September 21st, 2021, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. All right? That's what we have before us. And that would go on, that would not, that's just to be approved now. So we need a motion to formally approve that resolution. Can I see your hand? I see Director Cook moves, Director Rain Sosak seconds. Any discussion? Director Lewis reaching for his mic.
Yes, I'm not going to vote no on this, but I just want to make a comment that after reading and looking over the reserve plan, it's disappointing. That's all I'm going to say about that now. That we really need to look at our expenses to bolster up the long-term percentage of funding for this community. And hope that over this next year, that all of us here in the committees that we're on can find some money somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead then and assume by consent, unless I hear otherwise, that this motion is approved. All right, hearing no dissent, the motion has been approved in terms of the reserve fund. Next item on the agenda, just a second, bear with me, is entertain a motion to introduce a resolution for stepping stone policy and guidelines. This would go on 28-day. I will just read the resolution to you. Stepping Stone Policy and Guidelines, whereas on January 16th, 2007, that the Board of Directors adopted Resolution 03-0702, approval to revoke Alteration Standard Section 36, Stepping Stones. Whereas Resolution 03-0702 revoked the standard for stepping stones and required a variance application to the Architectural Committee. And whereas the Landscape Committee determined that the stepping stones are temporary in nature and are placed within common area landscaping. And whereas the Landscape Committee determined that requiring a variance application is unduly burdensome for the members, and the process could be simplified by use of a landscape request form process. All stepping stone installations must be approved by the Board of Directors prior to installation. Now, therefore, be it resolved, today's date, that the Board of Directors approves the change from variance request to landscape request form, and consideration thereof shall be performed by the Landscape Committee. Resolved further, all new stepping stone installations shall be performed following the attached stepping stone guidelines, and all existing stepping stone installations not approved by variance shall be removed upon resale. Resolved further, Resolution 03-0702, adopted January 16, 2007, is hereby superseded in their entirety and no longer in effect. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. This will go on 28 days and be up for a vote at our next meeting in November. All right.
discussion at this time?
If you'd like to have discussion, please do.
Yeah, I looked at the landscape request form, and I wouldn't know how to fill it out for this. So if it was possible to include a sample landscape request form that was completed to request stepping stones, I think that would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm guessing these things would go back and forth with somebody filling it out incorrectly, no one knowing what to do, and causing all sorts of frustration and cost.
Okay, I think that that can be done before the next meeting, definitely. You have a member comment on this?
Yes, from Susan Smallwood.
Thank you. I am so happy that you are now finally going to allow stepping stones. I do take issue with not being able to put small pebbles or DG in order to make it a safer level area to walk on. Not only that, but also aesthetically and pleasing look. Many of us enjoy having our gardens look nice, and just to have these concrete round stones sitting up on top of dirt, and when it rains, it starts getting muddy. So if you're allowed to at least put small pebbles around it, that also keeps in the moisture for the surrounding plants. So I would hope that you would make an exception and allow for aesthetically looking, pleasing stepping stones and small pebbles. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Kush.
Ms. Smallwood, pebbles are usually not recommended because next to the stepping stones is the grass. And when the lawnmowers come and the pebbles get caught in the blades, it becomes like a little projectile and somebody can get hurt very badly. So
I'm talking about near the water spigot within the area that has the landscaping, not into the grass area.
I don't know if that is, if you mention something like that, is that allowed? Then it becomes like if you allow it here, then you don't allow it there. So it becomes like an unequal policy. So that's probably the reason why I was saying that pebbles near the grass is kind of a no-no. But you can talk to landscape department about that when you fill the form out.
Okay, so that goes on 28-day notice. We now will move to the item of approval of resolution to update committee appointments. That was distributed copies to everybody here on the board of the new updated that we removed from the consent calendar. If I could get a motion to approve the updated committee assignments. I see Director Rain Sotzak, and I see Director Wayne. Seconds. Is there any discussion about this? Yes, Director Laws.
So if one of the directors, if we know one of the directors may be resigning, I'm wondering if we should move this till after that discussion, because that may change the committees or the makeup of the committee, specifically the committee chairs.
All right, we can do, that's not an unreasonable request. We can do that, certainly. Okay, so you want to move this down rather than up. Okay, so the next item, and I think
There's
that's...
one more comment.
Yes?
Some of these committee assignments have alternates and some of them don't.
Correct.
So it's unequal.
Correct.
Was it done by design?
Correct.
Okay. Will you please explain when you get the chance?
It was just a matter of the way we decided to make the assignments to the committees. That was the decision we made at this point. If we need to look at more alternates at a later on date, we'll take a look at that. Remember, we can review these every month. So at this point, that's the way we put the plan together. All right, moving on to the next item on the agenda is board review of a member resignation. What we have before us is a resignation by Steve Parsons, but it is a conditional letter of resignation. And I will read you the pertinent section. It says, I, Steve Parsons, current member of the Board of Directors of 3rd Laguna Hills Mutual, am hereby tendering my resignation from the board, conditional upon the present board, myself included, voting to appoint Lynn Jarrett as a replacement to fill the vacant board seat created by resignation, with such appointment taking place at the October 19th meeting of the board. Okay, so he is willing to resign effective today if we elect Lynn Jarrett to replace him. So under section 6.4.6.2 of the bylaws that specifically states, and I'll read, in filling a vacancy or vacancies on the board of directors, the board shall, at an open meeting, A, elect an individual with the expertise needed, or B, elect any one of the candidates at the preceding election whose special qualifications may be needed on the board, or C, elect the candidate who received the next highest vote count at the preceding election, or D, not elect anyone and leave the vacancy until the next election if the remaining term is 100 days or less. So D does not apply in this particular case. A, B, and C apply. But his resignation is conditional only upon the election of Lynn Jarrett, who happens to be the next highest vote getter in the list of people in the most recent election. So, at this point, I would like to entertain a motion to elect Lynn Jarrett to replace Steve Parsons as a member of the board. Is anybody willing to make that motion?
I so move.
And Director McCary moves, and I saw Director Wayne second. Now we'll open it up for discussion. Director Laws.
All right, so you mentioned A, B, and C apply. Individual with the expertise needed, special qualifications needed, just based upon the vote. Perhaps the homeowners don't feel that's the case, but maybe the board does. Item C, she did receive the next highest count, but as Ms. Shore mentioned during the last open forum in the last meeting, there were some potential irregularities with the voting and election, and perhaps as a result of those irregularities, Ms. Jarrett may not have gotten the next highest vote count. So it's just something that this board should consider. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead. We have a member comment?
We have two. The first one is Marie Belchazzi. I do not see that she is here.
Okay, next
So
one.
The second one is Karen Shore.
I found the timing of this resignation created quite a chaotic meeting today, which I think you can all agree on. It's led to much angst and distrust in this community. I find that, I have more comment here, but I find that this condition of Steve Parsons to make his resignation contingent on getting Lynn Jarrett in his place is outrageous. Thank you for bringing up my comment earlier about the violation of Davis Sterling that Steve Parsons actually committed by advocating on the behalf of Ms. Jarrett. Please take that in mind when you make your votes today. If any one of you is considering, and I just find it outrageous. I think we need to make some change on this board. I think these gentlemen, our new board members, have proven themselves that there's much more discussion going on here. You have no idea what it looks like out there, that none of you comment on things. It just looks like groupthink, okay? And if this is the change that's come about, hooray, this is what we wanted, okay? And I also just want to make one more comment. If any of you is even considering maybe leaving your board position at any time soon, I wouldn't blame you if you did today. Please do so now to allow for an efficient effort to get these positions replaced. Now, please do not go with it. I'd rather have Steve Parsons sit on this board and endure whatever it is he can't stand that he has to resign than to allow this charade to go on with this conditional resignation. What does that even mean? Either you resign or you don't. Unacceptable.
Okay. Kush.
In my view, this is not a good process. The people have spoken. They did not want Lynn Jarrett voted, so they voted for the other people. The next highest vote was over 2,000 votes than what Lynn got. I have nothing against her. She's a fine lady. But the process is what I don't agree with. We don't need to have conditional resignations. We don't have to have, if I resign, only this person. I could resign today and have the next highest person sit in for me also. Was that what you would like? I don't think that's a good process. And I totally resent that we even try to do that. We can't make a bad out of good and good out of bad. This is not something we want to do. We heard endless comments this morning about this. People are asking you to please listen to them. And we need to open this up for people to apply for this position. Let Lynn apply for it also. If she wins, great. But it has to be an open thing. It's not like a shoe-in, it's like nepotism. It's not father's business that the son comes and becomes president. Think of it that way. I don't think this is something we need to take it lightly. So I strongly oppose this process.
Okay. Director Lewis.
Unfortunately, I believe that the conditional part of the resignation is very improper.
Very what?
Improper. Resignation, great. Lynn may be, according to our bylaws, be selected. But unfortunately, this condition and the resignation puts a cloud over it. And that's a big problem. And I would recommend against this. That's all I can say.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Director Wayne.
Is this legal?
Yes, it is. We've had other resignations that have been conditional resignations, yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I would like to say something.
Please come to the microphone.
This is plain wrong. You're not listening to your residents. And if you allow this to happen, you'll be flooded with emails. You'll be flooded. You need to let and open up applications and allow other people to fill this position. For Steve to do something like that is just wrong, and for you to allow it is wrong.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No, you've had your one shot, Ms. Shore. You do not get a second bite of
Where
the
does it
apple.
say that?
No, I'm sorry. We allow one member comment from each person. This is not a debate. This is not an argument. Ms. Shore, you are not going to be permitted to speak again on this issue. You've been given every opportunity to speak on every issue that you've wanted. You've spoken once. You've spoken once. Ms. Shore, you're out of order. Ms. Shore, you are out of order. Please sit down. Please sit down, Ms. Shore. Thank you. Any other discussion from the board? Hearing none, we'll call the motion. All those, we want to vote on the board again? We'll vote on the board if you would put up the board. And Steve, you get to vote as well?
Anybody are having technical difficulties, you can simply tell me your vote and I can input it for you.
Could we define the motion?
Oh, yes.
The motion is to elect Lynn Jarrett in place of Steve Parsons, and Steve Parsons' resignation will take effect immediately upon the election of Lynn Jarrett. That is the motion. That's his condition for resignation.
Director Parsons, what is your vote?
Yes.
And you indicated there's past precedence.
What?
You indicated there is past precedence.
Yeah, there's past precedent for conditions on resignations, yes.
All right. Director Lewis?
No.
Director
You're
Laws?
voting on the screen.
No, it's not available.
Oh, mine worked. Okay. Sorry about that.
Director Rain Shostak? Would you please state your vote? Yes? Okay.
My buttons light up, but they don't seem to go anywhere.
Okay, so the vote is 7 yes in favor and of electing Lynn Jarrett to replace Steve Parsons. Steve Parsons, you're excused from the board. Thank you for your service. Lynn Jarrett, if you would please come up and take your place on the board. And now we will move to deciding on a secretary. Wait for Ms. Jarrett to come to take a seat. Welcome. Okay. Now that we have a new board member, we also have a vacancy for secretary. So at this point, we will open up to the board nominations for secretary. Director Frankel.
I nominate Lynn Jarrett.
Okay. Do you accept the nomination? Yes. Okay. And Kush?
I nominate Mr. Laws.
Mark Laws, do you accept the nomination? No. Okay.
All right.
Any other nominations? Hearing none, we'll close nominations. Ms. Jarrett then is elected secretary by acclamation. Welcome back. Thank you. All righty. Now we have, as Director Cook had requested, we move the committee assignments. Mr. Laws? Oh, was Mr. Laws requested that? Yes. I'm sorry, Director Laws requested that we now take up committee assignments. What I would like to suggest is that we go ahead and approve the current committee assignments as you have them in front of you, and that Annie McCary, First Vice President, and I have the opportunity to look at the assignments and make decisions or recommendations for your approval as to where Ms. Jarrett would fit in and what other changes we might make in the committee assignments, rather than just slot her in to every one of the ones that Parsons was in. That would be my recommendation.
So if we're approving them today, what does that mean? The landscape committee wouldn't have a chair for the few days while you're determining what's going on?
Well, that's what I would.
Is that what you're meaning?
That's what I would like. I would
Okay.
like the
I just wanted-
opportunity
okay.
to look at the list
Okay.
in light of Lynn Jarrett's qualifications and capabilities. Listen, landscaping was her area. So I
Understood.
have no problem slotting her in as landscape, but I'd like the opportunity on the other committees to look at them. So if it'd be okay, I'd actually modify to put her in landscaping and then look at the rest of them, if people are okay with that.
I'd like to see if somebody else can be the chair. I'm happy to have her experience on the landscaping committee, but maybe give somebody else opportunity to chair it.
Okay, well then, let me go back and look at the committee structure.
Fair enough.
And not appoint Director Jarrett to any committees at the moment, but ask her to sit in if a committee like landscaping comes up in I don't know when the next landscaping meeting comes up, but have her at least sit in on that committee, because she's certainly going to be a member of that
Thanks
committee.
for that consideration.
November 4th? Okay. So I'd like her to sit in on that committee at this point. All right? But the rest of the committees, I would like the opportunity to look at them and look at how we restructure some of the things in light of the change. If that's acceptable, then I'd like to actually approve this with Lynn Jarrett being on the landscape committee, but not being the chair of the landscape committee at this point. We'll send it with no chair at the moment, and we will proceed, Annie and I will proceed to look at the list of people. Yes, Kush?
Could that still also apply to the parking and golf course thing? Because Steve Parsons was the chair.
Well, then I'm just going to leave that, I'm going to leave that open at this point in time. I'm going to leave all Steve Parsons' other positions open for the moment until we get a chance to look at the overall structure, if that's okay. Thank you, sir. Director Cook moves. Do I get a second? Director Laws seconds. So the motion that's on the floor is to have Director Jarrett serve on the Landscape Committee. The Landscape Committee will currently have no chair at the moment, and the other committees that Steve Parsons was to sit on, Annie and I will look at the committee structure, make whatever changes to Steve and maybe some others to make it all fit, and report back to you at the next board meeting for your consideration. Okay? All right. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? I didn't do by consent, so now I have to say, all those opposed, all those abstaining? All right, motion is approved unanimously. All right, it's 1:12. Let's see where we are on our calendar. We now are finally at committee reports. I would like to ask, as we go through these committee reports, I realize it's been a long day, but I would ask people to be as brief as possible as it relates to these reports, because we still have the closed session this afternoon. So, first report is the Director Rain Sotzak, the Finance Committee report. Please be brief.
I fully intend to. And for the information of our members, this same data were presented at the annual meeting, and anybody who can review that video can hear the extensive comments. These will very definitely be brief. First, just a summary. Our assessment revenue, our non-assessment revenue, total expense. And as you can see, that our total revenue, which comes from assessment and non-assessment, came to $24,168,000. The expense was less, and therefore there was net revenue of $1,161,000. Let's move on. If we look only at the operating fund, I just point this out because not all of the revenue goes to the operating fund. The operating fund being what we set aside for expenses we expect that have been budgeted for. And so you can see that 13 million, almost 14 million of the assessment revenue did go to the operating fund. Good portion of the non-assessment revenue did as well. Total revenue and total expense, we had a deficit in the operating fund of $370,000. So if we will move on to the income statement in thousands, and that is the actual versus budget. So it's interesting, although on the preceding slide we had a deficit, you can see that our assessment revenue came in as expected. We had that deficit in non-assessment. Total revenue obviously transferred the same deficit, but our expenses were lower. So we actually wound up with a revenue in our favor of $1,938,000 for the period ending August 31st. If we move on, this is The one that I think makes the most sense to everybody, it's my favorite. It just disappeared from my screen, but it was very nice while it was there. And now the screen disappeared as well. Mine is black, so I hope that oh, good. All right, basically, it's too bad because this one is so visual that we really need it. And that is, and I got to go back now to my visuals here since I don't have one in front of me. When it comes back, we'll make it quick. When it comes back, what this will show, it's a vertical bar. And on the vertical bar, that's what's budgeted. You know, straight down the middle is that vertical bar. Up above it, in orange, if you could see this, would be those things that came in favorably, that came in far. But there you are, you see, just request and you get it. And you can see that our favorable to budget were outside services, employee compensation, and those are very large pieces of our budget, legal fees at $67,000 less than budgeted, and materials and supplies, which also came in favorably. Part of that was favorable number was because supplies are in short supply. And so we're having trouble getting deliveries. But on the negative side, we had the unrealized gain and loss and I've got that specifically for you, on allocation to mutuals. We were negative in utility, let's go down. Insurance at the bottom, the furthest one. We know that that was an issue. It's been an issue. It's still going to be an issue for a while. Utilities was the second highest, and that mostly was water. We had an increase from the water district, and we had a very dry year, and so it's at a negative right now. Our investment income, which was negative, partly because of the treasury bonds and partly because we were getting charged for a service for a company that monitored it supposedly and did, I'm sure, but there was no service. So it has been moved, it's been reported extensively. We have no longer do we pay for any extra fees to monitor that money, and it is all in federally insured deposits. As we move to the next slide really quickly, this is just another way for those visual people. The next one, it is just another way of looking at, and Grant, if you can bring that up, I hope. Oh dear. Okay, we can go through it very quickly. Basically, it's just a graph that shows you on a pie chart that almost half of our income for non-assessment revenue is from fees charged to residents. And the next largest thing is lease processing fees and laundry. And we also get a resale processing fee. So those are just some of the sources of fees. Let us move on to our total expenses. And that now brings in everything. And you can see that employee compensation and related expenses to employees are the biggest part. It's 37% of our budget. Insurance, 18%. Then coming down, we have our utilities, our outside services, and very, very small numbers in relationship. Legal fees, net allocation of mutuals, and materials and supplies. Let's move on to the next slide, if we can. And this is the financial report for the non-operating fund. And if you can see, just quickly so you understand it and can look at it at your leisure, because I know we are being filmed. The replacement funds, the disaster fund, the unappropriated expenditures, garden villa fund. And you can see the totals. I don't have to read them to you. You've got them. But I thought it would be important for you to see where our money is going in terms of replacing amounts in these funds. Earlier, it was mentioned that they hope that many of our funds go up. I want you to move to the next slide because that's much more informative, at least from my perspective. Same numbers, same everything. But you can see that the blue, which is the unappropriated expenditures, that's our contingency fund, if you use another word, is going up. That contingency fund, we're making much greater allowance for contingencies. The disaster fund, we are replacing, but we're not putting as much in. And you need to know part of that was because when the disaster fund was first set up, there was an amount in there for earthquake insurance. We were self-insured, and now we are not. We have got it covered by the insurance. And so it doesn't have to be quite that high, but we're still replacing. And the replacement funds, because our community is aging in terms of our structures and our facilities, is also going up. And the best part of this, and that is my concluding slide, the best part of this is the resale history, and it is something I think you'll all be happy to see. Those bars down on the bottom are just broken down by months. What you want to see is that box up on the top. The number of resales in 2021 was 307. You can see it's 100 more than the year before. And the average resale price has gone up every single year, and the average price this year of resales compared to last was $40,000 per manor. So that concludes the financial report. For more in-depth, you are encouraged to do two things. One is to look at the video from the annual meeting where there was an extensive report. And second, I would like to invite everybody who has any interest in our financial side, please attend our meetings. They are the first Tuesday of every month at 1:30 in this room. And that concludes my report.
Yeah, before we move on to the next report, I just want to share with the members something that we've talked about. We want to encourage all members who might have an interest in serving on a committee. We have openings for advisors, and we'll be doing this more next month. But I just want to give people a heads up now. If you are interested in serving as an advisor to a committee, please submit your name and your credentials that make you appropriate to serve on that committee as an advisor to the chair of that committee. That's the person who will receive the information, and then the decisions will be made as to who the appropriate people are to assist us as advisors. We are talking about the idea down the road, if we get enough interest from advisors and the quality of the advisors is there, of actually allowing some of those people to serve as committee members in lieu of board directors, and trying to free up some of the board directors from the amount of time they have to spend on committees. So that's something that we are going to be pursuing, and that's one of the things that Director Lewis has actually brought forth, and you can thank him for moving in this direction. Okay? Our next committee report is the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee. Director Engdahl, you're going to be briefer than the previous report, right?
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I should turn on, I keep forgetting to turn that microphone on. The last ACSC meeting was held on September 27th. Mr. Donacoste reported that he was reorganizing manor alterations by transferring 2 current employees and assigning 1 employee to specifically answer telephone calls. He expected these charges to significantly improve mutual consent processing and reduce the backlog. There's a developing contractor violation policy also being considered at this point, and discussion ensued on that. This policy is intended to address a continuing problem with at least some remodeling contractors and either not understanding or not following certain procedures or regulations here in Laguna Woods. The next meeting of the ACSC committee is scheduled for Tuesday, October 25. I'm not sure that that's Tuesday. I think maybe it should be Monday, but anyway. 9:30 a.m. and to be a combined live and Zoom meeting.
Thank you, sir. Director McCary, report of the Communications Committee.
Thank you, President Machinek. The third Communications Committee meeting for October was canceled. Our next meeting is scheduled for January 12th, 2022, and it will be an in-person/virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. The next report is the Maintenance and Construction Committee, of which I was the chair. The committee last met on September 13th. That report was given at our September meeting. The next meeting for the Maintenance and Construction Committee is November 1st at 1:30 here in the boardroom, and it will also be virtual. Now we move on to the Parking and Golf Cart Subcommittee. That last met on August 18th. The report was made to the board after that. And the next meeting is still to be determined. Now we have the Garden Villa Rec Room Subcommittee. Director Rain Sosat, you're listed here, but you're going to do it?
Yeah, and it's going to be very short.
Thank you.
The report,
I'm just tired. I'm sorry.
the report was already given. I think that the most important thing is that people know that all the chairs have been replaced in the rec rooms. They're nice and sturdy. Hope you've enjoyed it. Maintenance took advantage of them not being used to be able to really update them. And the next time they meet, you will get a much further report. How's that, Joe?
Thank you. Report of the Landscape Committee, Director McCary.
Thank you, President Munchnick, and I will be brief again. The committee did meet on September 29th. With just a few highlights, Mr. Wyman informed the members of the new mowing schedule for this time of the year, which is moved from every 7 days to now every 9 days. Let's see, the stepping stone resolution went on 28-day notice for today. We talked about that already. Landscape Director Kurt Wyman discussed the latest herbicide testing because the finale herbicide we use now costs about $80 per gallon. We're looking for a safe product that's non-toxic and that is cheaper than, and that will also do the job. He did speak about the budget, which he knows was not increased. Now we're paying approximately $81 per man per month for landscape. If we add another cycle, that would add another $10 per man per month. He gave an update on tree trimming, weeding, and mowing. This time of the year, weeds look bad, but there's not enough staff to keep up with the mowing and weeding. The next meeting will be November 4th at 9:30 a.m. in the boardroom here.
Thank you. Report of the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee, Muchnick. We met August 24th. The report was given at the September meeting. The next meeting is still to be determined at this point. And we'll move on now to GRF Committee highlights. We'll start with Community Activities Committee, and we're back to Director McCary.
Missed one.
Did you skip one?
Did I skip one?
Skipped F, the Water Committee.
I skipped water. I checked water. I'm sorry. Director Rain Sotak, water, which is an important, no, listen, very important in terms of water conservation. So please.
Yeah. It will be, again, very brief. Most important, our next meeting. We only meet quarterly, and it's October 28th, so it's coming up. Please, I encourage anybody to come. Water is a responsibility for all of us, and we can make a difference. And I do just want to remind people, we're doing a big educational effort, and there was a 1-hour roundtable that was put on Channel 6 and is now available on YouTube, and I would encourage folks to watch that. So come to the meetings, watch it. Cost of water and scarcity of water is important. All of our water for drinking is imported. So please come, and we will give you a more thorough report at the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to GRF Committee highlights. Director McCary, Community Activities Committee, please.
The CAC committee met on October 14th at 1:30 p.m. It was a hybrid meeting. Mr. Gruner gave some staffing updates. He says staffing remains challenging at this time as only a few applicants have submitted applications. He also reported that Clubhouse One outdoor fitness equipment has been moved to indoors. The aqueducts have returned to practice at Pool One as of October 1st. Rat abatement with the use of glue traps and manger removal is underway at the Equestrian Center. Ms. Murphy stated that reservations can now be made at Clubhouse 5 for Thanksgiving. However, for Christmas, the schedule is not out yet. Mr. Gruner did present a proposal for using the court system. There was a lot of discussion about that, and I believe the committee is going to have another look at that survey before it actually goes out to residents. The next meeting is scheduled for November 8th at 1:30 p.m., and it's a virtual meeting. Then the Equestrian Ad Hoc Committee.
Sure. Actually, I don't have much to report because it was reported in the last month's board meeting. Our next meeting is November 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m. All GRF meetings are virtual currently.
Okay, the next one is GRF Finance Committee.
The GRF Finance Committee last met on August 25th. Once again, the report was given at the last board meeting. The next meeting is October 20th at 1:30, and it's a virtual meeting. So we'll move on then. The GRF Landscape Committee. This committee met on September 8th. The next meeting is November 10th. at 1:30, and it's also a virtual meeting. We'll move on now to Director Frankel for the GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee.
This committee last met on October 13th, and the next meeting will be December 8th. The committee has been inordinately busy. We've had 6 meetings. Clubhouse 3, where we discussed the reopening status, partial improvements against the amount budgeted, and that's still going on. Clubhouse 1, we met, and these 4 sheets discuss the improvements, and it's extremely involved. These are all separate meetings, by the way. Building E, we had a meeting, and we're in the process of selecting a consultant. We have 2 consultants, and I have the background on each of them. The welding shop, we met yesterday. And, I'm sorry, last Friday. No, yesterday, I guess it was on Monday. And we came to the conclusion we're going to put out an RFP. We're going to try to keep that thing at $150 a square foot. At this point, it's just metal sheets for the walls, and it's a mess. Driving grades, we met again out there. The objective is to do minimal grading, and we're achieving that directive. EV charging stations, we're looking at those in detail to assist other committees also. The parking lot light over at the Maintenance Service Center, and we're going to do one more light and convince the people that work late at night that these are the places that they should park. And that completes my report.
Okay, thank you. Director Engdahl, Clubhouse?
We had another walkthrough Clubhouse 1 last October 11, and that included a full complement of appropriate staff as well as most of the committee and advisors. The purpose of the visit was to develop a wish list of desirable renovations to modernize the appearance and usability of the facility without triggering extensive and expensive code upgrades. The long room-by-room list included lighting and sound upgrades, adding GFI outlets where appropriate, eliminating the add-on appearance of conduit running along exterior walls in some of the rooms, providing small kitchen facility, I think in the art room we looked at, and one of the other things was accommodations of wider doorways for handicapped, so you get a wheelchair through them. There was also treatment, or one of the prime things we talked about was treatment of the patio area outside of the drop-in lounge, and how to kind of soundproof that area, because that's been a big complaint of some of the immediately neighboring manors. Staff will take this wish list, combine it with estimates, and provide a committee with a cost-sensitive shopping list from which to pick and choose relative to total budget constraints. Thank you. That next meeting will to be determined yet.
Okay, thank you. We now move on to Director McCary, the Media and Communications Committee, please.
The Media and Communications Committee meeting that was scheduled for October 18th was canceled. The next meeting will be November 15th at 1:30 p.m. as a virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Director Wayne, Mobility and Vehicles Committee, your last report since you're no longer be on that committee?
Not gonna cry.
I know.
So there's nothing new to report except one big thing, and that is Chris Langenauer, who's the director of that whole area.
General Services.
Has given his resignation. He will be leaving now. He's moving to Texas, but he is going to be coming back and forth for the next couple of months to help us.
Correct, and there's a search underway for his replacement.
Yep, and he's going to come back to help us on that.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Director Bada, Security and Community Access Committee, please.
There is no real report for this actually because the meeting happened before our last board meeting, and I reported on that last month. So our next meeting is October 25th coming up at 1:30 p.m. It's going to be a virtual meeting.
Thank you very much. Next is Director McCary, Disaster Preparedness Task Force.
I just will highlight what Siobhan had highlighted earlier in her report about the great shakeout. We're the Disaster Task Force are preparing for the annual California Shakeout Drill, which is scheduled for actually 2 days from today, October 21st at 10:20 a.m. And Siobhan, again, so I don't want to repeat all the information that she gave, but she gave a comprehensive report on where we are with that. The Disaster Task Force office is open 5 days a week, 4 hours a day, right outside the back entrance. So residents are encouraged to come into the office to get your disaster preparedness supplies. There is a pet evacuation subcommittee who is working on a pet registry, and you can contact Sandy Benson to register your pet or pick up a form at the disaster office. Bruce Bombright is still working to get a repeater for the towers to enable better efficiency with our disaster radios. Our next Disaster Task Force meeting will be Tuesday, November 16th at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, and next is the report of the Laguna Woods Village traffic hearings, Director Frankel.
The last meeting was held on September 15th. We meet on the third Wednesday of every month. That means that tomorrow is the next meeting of the Village Traffic Committee. The last meeting was really quick. There were 3 people, and the violators were failure to stop at a stop sign, and they were all found guilty. And a couple of them didn't show up, and the fine was $30.
Okay, thank you, Director Frankel. Strategic Planning Committee. This ad hoc committee last met on June 28th. It has a new chair in the name of Debbie Dotson, who is organizing that committee, and she has said that she does not expect that committee to meet until January. And Director Lewis and I will represent a third mutual on that committee when that committee starts up again. And last but not least is the trash talk. I guess we get to sweep up at the end. Director Wayne?
So if I talk trash now, is security gonna come in and throw me out?
He's gone, so you don't have to worry.
Oh, okay, good. All right, so you heard some of what's going on with our trash situation from our CEO and from our president here. So the rest of the details are, somebody asked about the total price. It's increase of 197% because of all of the new equipment they need and the new bins that they need. So that's going to be expensive. And you could see how that is going to go month by month, or year by year, I should say, in the information that's here someplace. Didn't we already talk about what that was? How much per month?
I don't think they have a breakdown of the exact amount per month at this point. And the reason they don't have the breakdown is until they determine, because of the need to dispose of organic waste differently than we dispose of current waste, they are not going to give Manners additional bins. They're going to be specific locations within Third and within United that people can take that organic waste and dispose of that organic waste. So until they determine how many bins, where those bins are, et cetera, they don't know the cost at this moment in time, till they actually finish that determination.
Thank you. One thing they're going to do is take away all the bins we have now and put in some smaller bins, which is good. because the bins now seem to be causing damage to the places that they're in. And a lot of the members have complained about that. Right now, what they're looking at is a 36% increase for January of 2022. And that's going to then continue, as mentioned by President Muchnick. For 5 years, they're going to be having increases like that. And then on the 6th year, it'll go up by 5% per year, depending upon the cost of living.
Just for clarification, just if I could help a little bit, the reason it's going up so much is the exact reason that Waste Management, which only had 1 year left on its contract, and there was no guarantee that they would be extended. The new law goes into effect January 1 of 2022. Waste Management contract would end December 31st. The cost that they would have to incur to meet the new state law would not be able to be amortized over that long period of time that's necessary. That's why they bowed out of the contract. The new company that's come in has been guaranteed the contract for a period of time that will allow them to make back their costs that they have to invest to upgrade to the level to meet the new law. So that's why Waste Management bowed out, and that's why the increases are being spread out over the next 4 or 5 years. They're sizable increases, and one of the things this board will need to do is take a close look at the budget, and because we did not know about these costs when we did the budget this year, and obviously we can't pass, there's no way that we can pass that on to owners in 2022. It just, we are at the maximum of our HOA fee, and it's already set, so we need to look for other ways to absorb this cost. Okay?
Now, Waste Management had 1 year left on the contract, but they had the option to opt out of that year.
That's why they did.
Which they did. But they did bid, along with the company that we've chosen, but of course, their bid was much higher.
Right.
To give you some idea of our costs compared to other areas, we have been under the average for quite some time. So, for example, in Aliso Viejo, it's $17.33 a month for curbsides. Ours is $10.32. The 3-yard trash bins, which are twice weekly, Aliso is $210.74. Ours is $88.21. 3-yard recycling bins, twice weekly, $109.78, and ours is $47.40. So there's an example. And checking with Laguna Hills and Laguna Niguel and Mission Viejo, those are even higher than the examples that I just gave you.
So we've been very fortunate over the years, and now it's caught up with us.
Can I ask
Director Laws.
questions during this time?
What?
Can I ask questions during this time?
Absolutely.
So how much does Third Mutual pay per year, 2020, yeah, for trash? You mentioned a 36% increase. These numbers, I can't understand them, and I don't know that others can. I just, what is the amount of money kind of that the board is going to have to figure out a way to absorb?
Do we know that?
I don't have the budget in front of me.
Okay, I was
Jeff,
hoping
are you thumbing through
Director
the
Blaine would.
Are you thumbing through the budget, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay, just curious. So yeah. and
Okay,
it
no,
just-
it's a reasonable question.
Yeah. And
What does 36% really mean?
That's right. Yeah.
It's a reasonable question.
1032 and $88. I don't know who has all of those things.
It's a reasonable question, but we're not going to like the answer.
Okay, but we need to know.
Yes.
That's why I'm stalling.
Okay.
I'll have to provide it to you.
You'll provide it to us? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Under this
Director Cook?
Q budget, it says trash is 655,275.
Where's that? You're finding that?
Page 24 of 42.
That's the current budget. That's not what's proposed.
That's not what we're,
So you wanted to know, Mark, what the
It
current
says
is, right?
2022.
Yeah, that's what, we did the budget before this happened. That's,
Oh, that's what we were going to pay,
yes.
but now it's going to be
Closer.
37% higher than
No,
that.
no.
Well,
It's
not-
not gonna be 36% higher
Yeah,
than
because
that,
we budgeted-
because we already built in
20.
a raise that we anticipated. So that figure that you're giving is 65, 655, 275, already include about a 5 or 6%?
We actually put 20%.
Put 20% in? Okay,
knowing-
so we anticipated that there was gonna be a problem, and we tried to hedge against it. Obviously, we didn't fully hedge, because we didn't know.
So it's going to be 16%
Director,
higher than that, approximately.
But I do want to point out, the city did negotiate a deferral option for the months of November and December if the board would elect to pay that out of 2023's budget to help lessen the burden in 2022.
Okay, well, we can certainly talk about that in closed meeting this afternoon as an issue. And that's probably something we should look at very closely. So thank you for that. I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, we did budget trying to hedge.
So one of the other things we're going to try to do is discuss composting, to see if we can do our own composting, because we have this large area where we have all of our plants. We have a nursery of our own. So we're going to explore that.
Yeah, just for our new members who didn't get that wonderful tour of the nursery, we already compost the manure from the stable and the pickup of landscape
The green waste,
composting,
the
but
green
it's
waste.
different because it doesn't include the garbage, the organic waste. But that just saved an incredible amount of money, because we used to
Right.
pay someone to haul away the manure, haul away the landscaping debris, and then we bought mulch. That didn't make any sense. So they bought a machine instead.
Thank you.
And we do it, but it'll be different.
Thank you,
because of-
yes. Director Wayne, anything else?
I think that covers it all.
Okay. All righty, future agenda items. Anybody have any items for future agenda at this point? Doesn't mean you have to put them on today. Obviously, we don't have agenda prep. We can add items at that point as well. But if you have any right now. All right, director comments. Let's go ahead and start. Director Lewis, we'll give you the first opportunity for a final comment.
My only comment is that I think we all need to work hard in every department to see where we can better serve the community
it is.
by doing things a little more efficiency. We talked about alterations being one that needs the most help within VMS, and we need to be able to rewrite some of our requirements so they can be a little more efficient, save a little money for our residents, and get things done in a more efficient way, as well as finding monies in other areas to save money. We talked about water. There's a lot of runoff in this community, so that needs to be looked at in the landscape committee. I've been sent many pictures of rivers running down the street, which means timings are off on our landscape watering, and that needs to be adjusted to save us hopefully a significant sum of money.
Okay, well, that's one of the reasons you've been appointed to the Landscape Committee, sir. So you'll have every opportunity, hopefully, to help us with that. Director Laws, final comment.
Nothing other than thanks to the existing board members for helping us new guys through this process. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Director Cook.
I think we're already moving forward with the concept of having less cumbersome and less costly alterations. And along with that, the simplification of it will also reduce staff time. If we take some things that we have that are done on a regular basis that require variance, again, you don't have to rewrite the book if you're doing exactly the same thing as your neighbor did. Why the whole process? Why not a simplification? I think we're moving towards that.
And you're on the Architectural Committee, so hopefully
That's what
you can
we'll try and
impact
get
exactly
accomplished.
that issue. Director Frankel.
No, thank you.
All right, Director Engdahl.
Welcome again to our new members, and thank you for jumping right in and getting involved. and we'll look forward to working with you. Other than that, nothing else. Thank you.
Director McCary.
Thank you. I share the sentiment. Welcome to the new board members. Look forward to working with you. And I wanted to say thank you to all the residents who showed up this morning, but they're all gone, so I'm
They're not all gone. There's still one out there.
There's still one out there. So it was just good to see a good member turn out, so much appreciated. Thank you.
Director Jarrett, you're back on the board. Do you have anything you want to say?
I want to thank you for the support you give me to get back on this board. I'm just wish it would have been under better circumstances. And I welcome the new board members and congratulate them also. And I'm looking forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rain Sosak.
Yeah, no comment other than to thank Steve for his contributions over the years and welcome all the new members that we have, which today is 4.
Director Bada.
We have a change. We have to work with that. My other comment would be we need to save before we spend.
Thank you. Director Wayne.
I'd like to thank Jim and Mark and Ira for their contributions today. I mean, we're getting off to a good start, guys. Thank you.
Okay, I will go to Siobhan. I'm holding my comment for last. Siobhan?
Nothing, thank you, other than to welcome our new board members.
Jeff?
Nothing. Thank you.
Grant?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, my closing comments are I want to thank Steve Parsons for his unbelievable contributions. I'm sorry about his health issues that have necessitated his stepping away from his involvement. I wish him well and hopefully a full recovery from those kinds of concerns that he's currently dealing with. I want to also thank the 3 new members also for jumping in. I appreciate that. I want to thank all the community members who came out. We did hear you. We don't always necessarily agree with everything you say, but we do want to hear you. We want to let you know that once again on October 27th, from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we will have a town hall. I will be there. The room is the Sequoia Room of Clubhouse 2. That's 3 to 5, Wednesday, October 27th. And we welcome everybody. It will not be limited to 3 minutes. It will not be limited to one comment. You will be able to dialogue. And hopefully we can continue to talk about issues and work on issues and address the concerns that you have. Also, I want to share with you once again an email that if you want to email me directly, I welcome your emails. My email is thirdmutual@lagunawoodsvillage.com. And if I receive an email from you, like I did the 20 emails I got over the weekend, I responded to every one of them, and I will respond to your email. Hopefully, if we do find a way to work out the finances related to the telephone next month, I'll have a phone number to share with you at which you can also directly reach me if you have issues and concerns. So with that, I will thank everybody, all our members who participated today, our board. We will recess and folks, we're going to have a working lunch, not a lunch and then work. We're going to have a working lunch. So thank you. We're recessed.